people watching a peak race.
I haven't seen your viewer retention for Facebook, but I bet Twitch and YouTube are mild better.
Yeah,
Well, it's not a retention thing that you're looking for Facebook.
it's 3 seconds.
Yeah. You do the Facebook because when you have NASCAR cross posting, you blow it. The stream blows up over 100,000 people.
Because it ends up on 100,000 people's timeline, and even though they're not actually going to watch the broadcast, it automatically turns on, and if they don't scroll down quickly enough,
it counts as a view.
Yep.
But we do notice as well that the watch time goes up by a few seconds when we cross post to NASCAR. So
Yeah.
there's obviously people that are interested. But yes, it has no comparison, honestly, to YouTube.
Like,
YouTube is our highest watch time.
well, our YouTube, average about 20 minutes.
So that's just because if you're on the YouTube, you're pretty much there for a reason.
Precisely.
Same with Twitch.
Yeah. And to be fair, I always have preferred the idea of people getting off Facebook and getting onto Twitch. Because the quality is better for starters.
They're just
Yes.
better platforms, just flat out. Like, 'cause
Well, we'll
there was
see
this
how
whole
much
drama
longer
of last
Twitch
year
is in
of
existence
ESL.
at this point.
Someone's just messaged me. Apparently, everyone can hear us.
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing. One more race remains in the 2019 VRS GT iRacing World Championship as we head deep into the heart of Texas. They say everything is bigger in Texas. And look at those runoffs. Welcome to Circuit of the Americas. It's got one of the highest elevation changes of any racetrack in the world from the start-finish line up into turn number 1. It's got the difficult sweeping S section at the start of the lap. It's got that fabled run down towards turn number 12. And then, of course, you round things up with that treble apex right-hander towards the end of the lap. It is hot here today at Texas Circuit of the Americas. 103 degrees Fahrenheit is the track temperature right now. 73 degrees Fahrenheit in the air. Humidity is low at 35%, but the winds are high, and that's going to make sector number 1 in particular very difficult for these drivers. As we say hello, welcome on RaceSpotTV, on the iRacing Esports Network, on YouTube, as well as on Twitch TV. Will Vincent, Connery Maddock, and Jack Styles is back with us here today as well. So, we've got a champion already. Of course, that is Commander Sim Sports. They've won every single race of the season so far. They have themselves a total of 500 points. But you still get yourself a battle going on for second place in the championship right now. And Connery, it's close between Commander Sim Sports and number 8, Red Bull Racing Esports, for that second position.
Yeah, that will be the main feature of today's race, you would have to think. VRS Commander Sim Sport, number 81 car, just taken this championship by storm. You already said they've won every single round in this championship so far. It's mathematically impossible for them to be surpassed in this round, but the battle is on for P2, 3, and 4, which, is quite considerable in terms of the prizes that you get for those positions further down. And another thing that we do have to talk about throughout this race, Will, is that cut line for getting yourself into this series for next season and not having to go through the whole qualifying procedure that is sometimes very, very grueling.
Yeah, 3 BMWs at the front of your point standings. You got your first Ford at Pure Racing Team Red. Williams Esports Razor, 5th place. Your first Ferrari, your first Porsche is Team Redline Black, who of course had a great day a couple of weeks ago in the 4-hour event we had at Sebring. But Jack, the top 20 cutoff is always the important thing, and we're going to be paying a lot of attention to that here today because some of the points gaps are very close.
And I think today the midfield is going to be where we want to keep our eyes on. Up at the front, it's all sorted. No one's really watching that, especially those teams which are, of course, fighting for those top 20 positions. Well, it's going to be really important. Every single point today is going to count. They cannot make a single mistake. This is going to be the most grueling 3-hour race they've had all season long, because if they can get this one nailed, they do not have to worry about qualifying over the winter. Winter can be used to prepare for 2020.
Yeah, indeed. As we see there, the current times, the number 81 team are leading the way. It's been a good qualifying, actually. Talking about teams in your mid-pack. Oh, Black Star Racing. We go on board. Curse to the commentator. Strike number 1 of the day. That was Thomas Atella, who just looped the back end of that car. MSI Esports were on board with them as they work themselves now down towards turn number 11. As it looks like it might be an outlap right now for Alejandro Sanchez in that MSI Esports blue car. But so it's currently VRS Kind of SimSport leading the way. Team Redline Black in second place. Pure Racing Team Red in third. Black Star Racing in fourth. And the team that we're looking at on board right now, MSI Esports Blue, they are running in the fifth position. So Team Redline Black are keeping a little bit of the advantage that they got last time out. Of course, the best run we've seen by Team Redline in this championship in quite some time. It is worth noting, I'm just trying to multitask a little bit here and get all the data up for me as quickly as I can, but it looks like we've got a bit of changes to the balance of performance as well. So the Porsche 911 had a 5 kilogram penalty, weight penalty added to it. And also the BMW GTE 15 kilogram penalty there, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just changed the dynamic of the racing here just a little bit. The BMW still very, very strong indeed, but the Porsches still in contention as well. And what we're seeing here from Team Redline Black, Will, is exactly the same as we saw actually at Sebring. It seems like they're having a late season resurgence here. The results of them at the start of the season were nothing short of abysmal, but over these last couple of rounds, they have really brought themselves to the forefront. And for names such as Team Redline, that's probably where they really want to be.
Yeah, gap between P1 and P2 in qualifying is currently 0.2 of a second. Of course, I love Jack when we get the communication from the iRacing steward, Tyler Hudson. Everyone was like, first thing you need to do, add 30 kilograms to Joshua Rogers' car, the number 81, then see if they can still be leading. I will say, actually, in terms of the qualifying times right now, it's 2/1000ths of a second between the number 8 Commander Sim Sports car, who run in 6th place, and the MSI Esports blue car. So we've got some big laps coming up, and we're going to go on board with the MSI Esports blue car because they are on a flying lap right now.
Indeed, they are. Alejandro Sanchez currently running himself up towards that turn 11 hairpin. A very tough hairpin to get right, this one, because if you get a good run off of this corner, you got a good run down this very long back straight. Of course, Circuit of the Americas, a very modern circuit. It was completed within the last decade in one of these new famous Tilcadromes, which people nickname them this vast first sector that you usually see, a long back straight and then a very twisty sector as well to finish off the lap. We're about to see Alejandro Sanchez enter that sector. A very wide entry into turn number 12 you can take, and very tight off of the corner as well to set yourself up to this twisty section. And that number 24 machine so far looking like a good lap.
Yeah, indeed. So sector 1 time, 48.088 for him. Here I am scurrying around trying to get a piece of paper to note this down. But 48.088 then is sector 1 for him. Sector 2 time, well, we should be getting a sector 2 time very quickly now because he's almost at the end of the lap. So heading into turn number 19 right now. Of course, in the IndyCar race last year, as Sanchez is going to bring that car on towards pit road, so he's not going to then be able to improve that time. This could give the opportunity for Koana Sim Sports to maybe move up. They just head themselves now onto flying lap, Connery, and they've got themselves 5.5 minutes to get this one in.
That must have been why we didn't get a sector 2 time, just stepping the foot out of line 1X. Completely aborts your lap there. So Alejandro Sanchez bringing that car down to pit lane, but you're quite right here, Will. Mitchell de Jong going to be on a flying lap here for that number 8 VRS Commander Sim Sports car coming through this SS section, where every time we bring it up we say it's inspired by the Silverstone Maggots and Beckett section, just a little bit more extended than what we're used to seeing. And then up through turn 9 and turn 10 you've got that all over and done with, and then next you're looking at the big braking zone in towards turn 11. Important to get a good run off here to to get that launch all the way down the pit straight. Mitchell de Jong, perfect line counter there. Maybe a little bit too heavy over the curb, but I don't think that's going to affect him all that much. Now it's 100% throttle for a good 10 or 15 seconds before he gets to 10-12.
Yeah, whilst please don't be having the same issues we had yesterday. So whilst all that was going on, apologies, we've got some issues with our graphics real quick, so we are going to try and restore that one back for you. One thing I did note there, though, Jax, you're going to have to talk for a few seconds, is that we saw the Burst Esports Team Redline car move up into, I believe, that was third place.
Yeah, Marcus Jensen has managed to put himself into 6th place, and as you were mentioning that, Gregor Hutu, in doing what seemed to be impossible, getting himself into pole position ahead of the 81 VRS Commander Simsport. So Team Redline Black, I think this may be, if they can hold on to it for another 4 minutes, their first pole position since the start of the VRS GT Racing World Championship, as Josh Rogers is going to cross the line and start a flying lap now as he heads up towards turn number 1. He's got to make up 0.05 of a second to get his pole position back, Connery. This is going to be close.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. And, well, if Joshua Rogers' services are to be in demand, this will definitely be the time in qualifying where they really, really do need him through that first sector. He goes, has to be absolutely pitch perfect through here. If you deviate from your line, then you're going to lose a lot of time indeed. What a performance, though, for Team Redline Black here in qualifying to get themselves at least provisionally to pole position. But Will, Josh only has one shot at this.
He does. He sounds like Eminem, one shot, one opportunity right now. Of course, he doesn't really matter. He's already the champion in that number 81 car. But as he heads now out of 11, that long run down towards 12, sector 1 time, 48.055. As he now comes towards turn number 12 on track. It is only, and I say only, half a tenth to a second that he's got to try and find to regain pole position. A 158.880 there for Team Redline Black. And I'm doing the scouring of facts in my brain right now, and this would actually be the first time Team Redline have had a pole position in a World Championship event since Gregor Hutu last scored a pole position in the former iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series. So this is almost a signification, maybe, of the return for Team Redline, but we're not going to get the ticker parade out just yet, because Rogers now into turn number 19. His last lap time was a 158.930. Can he do any better than that? We're going to find out now, and the answer is no. He does not go faster, so that would mean that unless Burst Esports Redline can maybe do something, or PRT Blue come across the lane, they can't do anything. It looks like all of a sudden, Jack, it's Team Redline sitting on top of the mountain, and part of this is potentially because of the weight penalty for these BMWs here today.
Yeah, the BMW's been pegged back, and it seems to be affecting VRS Commander Simsport. I was kind of expecting, even though there was that BOP or balance of performance change, that they would still have the top step of the qualification standings, but obviously not. Gregor Hutu pulling a brilliant lap out of the bag, and finally he seems to have settled into that Porsche RSR GTE machine. Of course, just a little bit different from the Formula 1 machinery, which he won his 5 World Championships in, as Marcus Jensen is going to round himself through turn 19. As you were mentioning earlier, Will, that corner when IndyCar ran here earlier this year. No track limits. We have got track limits here today. Through the final corner, Marcus Jensen will go, and on to cross the stripe. He's going to do a 59.2. It's going to put him 7th on the grid. It was an improvement, but it wasn't enough to move him up and challenge for that pole position. And I believe for anyone who can now challenge for anything inside the top 10, really, they've all completed their 3 laps.
Yeah, indeed. So I do note Red Bull Racing Esports and Sebastian Job. I just want to see if they're on a lap right now. As well, they are, but I don't think they're certainly not going to make it back in time. So qualifying is in effect over here, and that does mean that it looks like Team Redline Black will have themselves pole position for the final round of the 2019 VRS GT iRacing World Championship. We've got to say a couple of people on track, but no one can really get a lap time in now, as we have a wonderful look then at this track, and of course a very long start finish straight here at Circuit of the Americas. And also don't forget, of course, it is a long journey to turn number 1. There we are then. Qualifying is officially in your books. Let's run yourself through your starting grid for this, the final round of the championship. And it is Team Redline Black then who get themselves pole position. Gregor Hutu is going to be the driver starting this race here today. And they beat out COTA Sports by just 0.05 of a second. Row number 2 is going to be the DriveX Esports 3M car. Again, DriveX having a good run of things. They were very strong at the start of the race at Sebring a couple of weeks ago. Burst Esports Black on the outside of that second row. Pure Racing Team Red on the inside of row 3 with Black Star Racing on the outside. Good qualifying today by Black Star Racing. Row 4, Burst Esports Redline and Williams Esports Razor. And then rounding out your top 10, Apex Racing Team, the number 99 on the inside of row 5. And on the outside, SimRC.de Titan. The rest of the grid going to come up on your screen. Jack, keys to the race today.
Consistency, making sure that you can keep this thing on that tarmac. The 1Xs are very, very easy to get here at Circuit of the Americas, and with that 36 instant limit, you can very quickly find yourself with a disqualification in the last round of the race. For those people in the midfield fighting for those top 20 positions in the championship, it's all going to be about consistency. It's going to be about getting each point they possibly can. Expect to see some good battles, maybe some contact as well, because I feel like some people are really going to take their life into their own hands today.
Connery, 3-hour race here. It's one of the shorter races in the championship. That means that we're likely to see one stint by one of the drivers, a double stint by the other. We're not going to see most teams use all 3 drivers unless they have to.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the more optimal plan of action, just having the 1 stint and then the double stint. And, well, with it being a race as short as it is, that's not what Red Bull Racing Esports would have wanted to hear, that is for sure, because they completely and utterly murdered their qualifying. They start in P18, and remember, this is a team that's challenging that number 8 Coanda car for P2 in the championship at the end of the race today. So Sebastian Job and co have a very, very long road to try and get to the front of the field here. They need to make quick work of cars in this first stint.
They do. So there we are then. The grid is set. The drivers are ready to go. As we're having a look then on board with Gregor Hutu as they work themselves now into that very long triple apex right-hander. What a season it has been so far in 2019. We've got one more race to settle a number of scores. COTA Sports, the number 81, they want a clean sweep of the championship. But everyone else, they want to get their first win of the season and deny them from that. Pace car going to head itself on towards pit road in a moment's time. And that will mean the field will be under the command of Gregor Hutu and Team Redline. Pace car, you're going to see it now dance to the right-hand side of your screen. And that means at any point from now, Hutu can get going. Exit of turn number 20. Welcome to the final round of the championship for 2019. The green flag is in the air, and we are go for the last round of the championship. And let's actually...
Oh, big shot there. Hutu very wide through turn 1. Josh went straight into the back of him.
Oh, my word. I was about to say, let's go to the front of the field because it looked close. And they're going to stay side by side right now as they head into the S's. And Redline have got the position back. You might have to argue that was because Rogers would have known he would have got some form of a penalty otherwise. But because of that, the field is so tightly compressed right now as they work through the S's for the first time in this event. But let's get ourselves a replay and show you what happened again because, well, Jack, that could have been calamity.
That could have indeed been calamity, but I've just seen towards the rear of the field, cars have been flipped over onto their roof. One of the Course Sim Racing cars is over, and one of them, in fact, is Jorn Jens, the VRS Quantum Sim Sport number 18 machine, dropped right down to the back of the field after a poor qualifying from them. Looks as though there was a little bit of contact, so it looks as though with a 3-hour race ahead of people, they're already getting a little bit argy-bargy, especially in the midfield, as I thought may have happened. I think that started with one of the Apex Racing team cars, and one of the Course Sim Racing cars as well.
Yeah, and I think what happened at the front of the field, I've had a chance now to have a couple of looks at it, is just Rogers locked his brakes up and ran right into the rear of Gregor Hutu. I mean, I'm surprised there's no damage to either of those cars. There is battles going on behind. Pure Racing Team Red and Black Star Racing, they're scrapping it out for 4th place on track. But I mean, I'm really surprised here, Connery, that there wasn't bigger damage to either of these two cars.
I'm looking at that one more egregious than you will. It was a bit. I could see what Josh was trying to do there. He was trying to go for a big old lunge into turn 1, which you can do here. It's probably the corner in all, the best corner in all of motorsport, to try and have a bit of a lunge all the way down the inside, given how wide it is and how tight the radius of the corner is. But it was a complete and utter misjudgment there. I'm not sure why you're doing that on the first lap of a 3-hour race, and now Gregor Hutu, as a result, has absolutely massive rear-end damage to that Porsche. That diffuser is all torn up. Joshua Rogers, well, he's got a little bit of bodywork damage to the front end of his BMW, but that was a complete and utter brain fade on the part of the Australian.
Yeah, I will say there's absolutely nothing done wrong by Gregor Hutu. He wasn't doing a late defensive move or anything there. That one you are going to have to put the blame on Rogers, and I say he gave the position back knowing that if he hadn't done so, he would have got some form of post-race penalty, no doubt. So a bit of sportsmanship there afterwards, but not a good start to the race. We're on board with Max Benecke, and by the way, Carter E. Janssen is on pit road, having had an issue to that Course Sim Racing black car. And Jorn Jens, we talked about him briefly, he's down in 36th place on track right now after that first lap incident. But we're on board with Max Benecke here, Jack, and as they work down towards turn 12 again, he's been able to get the advantage now over Black Star Racing. They're up one position into 5th.
And also this balance of performance change will be helping Pure Racing Team on all their cars today. Of course, the only team running that Ford GT in this series this year, and have been struggling so far, not quite had the performances they need. The 72 has been up there, but the rest of the team haven't quite been with it as we'd expect with Pure Racing Team. So for Max Benecke and his 72 squad today, hopefully they'll be able to come away with a good finish in the final round of the championship. They're going to go into next year with some lessons learned, potentially, that knowing they need to consider as to what car they pick and which one is going to be strongest throughout the year.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say the fact that number 72 is as high up in the championship as they are is a testament to the drivers who are a part of that Pure Racing Team Red team. Of course, Max Benecke being the main driver. So he is down on the inside for P1 as well. Josh Rogers down on the inside, gets the position at the same time. Just checking there, Pure Racing Team weren't able to get moved on over DriveX Racing, but Josh Rogers is to the front of your field, getting past the somewhat damaged now car of Gregor Hutu. And there's a look of it inside line. You can just see it's a wide corner turn number 1, but Gregor Hutu gave him all of the track and a little bit of more just to get out of the way. He didn't want to get crashed into again.
I don't know how much that he can defend given the diffuser damage onto the back of that Porsche. It seems like Joshua Rogers, he's gotten off the best, quote-unquote, out of that instant in terms of the damage, and he's already starting to pull a gap here, up to about 0.6 of a second immediately after that pass was done. So if that's any evidence that Greg Hutu can really fight this pass, then, well, there we go. Getting that complete up in towards turn 1, and now Joshua Rogers, he can do what he has done throughout this entire season and start to run away at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed. So I thought we had a spinner a little bit further back, but we don't. We have, however, got Williams Esports Chill Blast down to the inside of Pure Racing Team Blue, getting that move done complete. And also, you've got the number 4 car. Let's go and have a look with Sebastian Job right now. We're on board of him here, Jack, as Sebastian has been able to get himself up a position as well. Of course, we talked about how bad his qualifying was here today, but he's making some big early moves.
Indeed, so after just 3 laps, it looks as though he has managed to get himself up 4 positions on where he started down in 18th, currently running in 14th. But for Sebastian Job, it's going to be a long day ahead, work his way through the field. I know these guys were in a good battle for a higher up standings in the championship. 2nd or 3rd, if I remember correctly, as Josh Rogers sets the fastest lap of the race so far. And for Sebastian Job, it's just going to be about working his way through the field. He's got Kate Kashubi ahead of him, but if he's sensible, he'll work with that Williams Esports Dual Blast machine to get himself back up to that SimRC.de Titan car ahead with that battle with Mitchell de Jong and Johnny Gwindy.
Yeah, as you've got MSI Esports Blue, they're trying to make a pass there over Logitech G Autos Esports. Simon Fiegel currently has the position there. So battles going on all the way through your field, and as we kind of touched briefly upon, Connery, at the start, because of the incident at the front of your field, this field is far more tightly compact than what it might have been, because of the fact that everyone was kind of braking to make sure they didn't run into someone else ahead of them when they got into turn number 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of carnage at the race start, as kept everyone relatively close together here, maybe jumbled things up in terms of the order here today. I'm having a little bit further back at the number 8 of the Mitchell de Jong Kwanzaa car. I'll eventually get that one out. DriveX Esports currently coming under threat here, and Kwanzaa will be able to get that pass done on the way down towards turn 12. You have SimRC.de Titan, that's 3rd in line in this battle as well, also looking for an opportunity into 12, and DriveX Esports has given him the space. Both the Kwanzaa and DriveX cars track out very wide coming through there. Back onto the track they go, though, and Jürgen Frank can't find a way through just yet, looking for a cutback move in towards 14 and 15, and, well, that's simply not going to happen for now.
Yeah, it's not. SimRC.de remain in 12th place as a consequence of that. It is a DriveX Esports Huckster's Huck's car of Johnny Gindy, who runs in the 11th place right now. It's starting to calm down. I'm going to say starting to calm down just a little bit. And the thing about this track is as well, Jack, it is going to be so hard on the tyres with how hot it is, but also how windy it is as well, especially down in sector number 1. And it's why I'm surprised that so many people are able to actually stay in such close proximity for that first sector.
It looks as though through sector 1, especially through the sort of the SS section, you got a little bit of a crosswind, tailwind down the back straight, and a tailwind into turn number 12. So the braking zone is going to be slightly longer for turn number 12 today, with this strong tailwind, which we're seeing around 19 kilometers an hour, which is going to be around 14, 13 miles an hour. And of course, 43 degrees Celsius out on the track, 23 in the air, of course, as we head towards midday in just 8 minutes time. We're going to have the race finish at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So the temperatures will drop towards the end, but they're going to get hotter just a little bit, Will. And they're going to keep rising for about another hour or so before they start dropping.
Yeah, as it's going to be a hot, hot, hot day the entire way through here at Circuit of the Americas. SimRC.de Titan battling it out with Williams Esports Shield Blast, and I believe that is Williams Esports who have just been able to get themselves a pass there, the SimRC.de Titan car. So Jürgen Frank is now down into 13th place on track. We're on board of him, but there's also a incoming Red Bull Racing Esports car as they head themselves down towards turn number 12. That is the car of Sebastian Job, the number 4 Red Bull Racing Esports car, running around the outside. A little bit of contact there as well, so work through 13 into 14 and 15. Sebastian Job sticking it down with the inside. He'll have the inside line for the next corner, and how these two didn't cross there, I have no idea. Aggressive move there by Seb, but he's now up into 13th place, Connery.
Yeah, there must have been the thickness of a piece of paper between them as they came off the corner there. Sebastian Job just slotting himself narrowly ahead of Jürgen Frank. And, well, he needs to make up these positions and fast, like I described at the start of the race with the abysmal qualifying effort. He's already gained 5 positions up into P13 and still many more on the cards to try and go chasing after that number 8 VRS Clandestine Sport car, who is currently about 3 positions ahead of Sebastian Job. So he can still keep him within his sights here. It's just all the cars between him that he needs to really deal with.
Yeah, as more battling then. Look at how closely packed this lot is. It is the Pure Racing Team blue car, Jonas Wallmeyer, Logitech G Autos Esports, Simon Fiegel, MSI Esports blue, MSI Esports yellow. They are all so close together through turns number 2 and 3. They have separated out a little bit now as they work themselves toward the end of the S's section. One thing we've got to, of course, remember, Jack, is that the S's section, you've got those yellow curbs. You can see one there on the screen, just on the inside of the corner. If you run over that, it can literally bounce your car up into the air, give you some underside damage. So even though there's a lot of runoff areas here, it doesn't mean these drivers can be overly abusive, especially down at the S's.
The S's is really where it's very easy to pick up that floor damage as well, and if you land hard enough, it could possibly just unsettle the car, send you into a spin. If you're going fast enough, well, the wall is going to be waiting for you. They do bite here at Circuit of the Americas if you get your car wrong through the S's. We have just seen the number 2 Dream Factory car, Diego Catalan, just have a bit of a half spin. He managed to get himself together and get back out onto the track, but he has lost a few positions. Process, Jonas Wallmeyer still heading battle third sector, but you'll be able to see just on the inside of this left-hander, supposedly there is a little lump. It's not a yellow sausage dog curb, but there is one there, and those ones you've also got to be careful of, because if you hit them hard enough, you will also give yourself floor damage. Floor damage cannot be repaired in the pit stops, and it will slow you down. So where you need the downforce, floor damage really will hurt your day.
Yeah, indeed. So as we're just seeing just how close these people are together in your mid-pack here, so you're going to see more action. This is down P number 23, P number 24, free wide into the final corner there. That's Red Face Racing by JRT, Vandervelsen Racing blue, Simicube Inex Racing red as well. They work down in towards turn number 1. I mean, I know it's like the last day of school here, but these people are very ambitious for every spot, and there you can see the Simicube Racing Inex red car trying to use the outside-inside move there to get themselves back past Render. This is incredible racing, Connery.
Absolutely awesome stuff here, but through the S's section, they have no choice but to go the single snake all the way through here. Maybe the battles will start back up again once we hit sort of turn 11 braking zone in towards turn 12, but absolutely nothing to separate these drivers at this moment in time. It's what we're used to seeing here in the VRS iRacing GT World Championship. Everyone, even in qualifying, just you know, couple of tenths separating the entire field, and sometimes it seems like almost anyone can maybe get themselves a cheeky top 10 here. That's what these guys well, they're trying to march towards the top 20 right now, so not all that many points on offer, but still, for some of these teams, it's every point matters because of them being on the cut line.
Yeah, as we saw flashing lights there by one of the Koana Sim Sports drivers. Even though they're battling outside of the top 20, we're back on board with Johnny Gindy in the DriveX Esports Hucksters Huck car. Just to let you know, we are trying to get live timing and scoring up and running for this event. We have had a couple of issues, but fingers crossed, we should be able to have it working in the next minute or so. But we're on board, say, with Johnny Gindy in that number 12 car. He's been battling it out with Sebastian Job, with Keiko Shube, pretty much anyone here. As here comes Seb, and he's looking down on the inside, and he's going to have a move potentially scored. No, he won't actually, because Johnny Gindy pushed wide there at turn 20, but it actually worked out to his advantage. So Johnny Gindy remained in 12th place. Let's see if we can get ourselves a second look at that real quick, as we just see again Sebastian looking close in towards the S's. But here's the replay then, and we're on board with, actually no, we're not going to go on board with Sebastian Job, though, side by side there into turn 20, and Johnny Gindy just used the outside of the track because there is no gravel there, Jack.
No, he was able to use that tarmac runoff and just get a little bit of speed up, get himself back in front of Sebastian Job, and held on to the position for now. This is the battle for 12th position, but for Johnny Gindy, he's got his work cut out. Sebastian Job is on a charge, and he will want that position so he can get himself further up the field. He's losing time with every single lap to Mitchell de Jong in 10th position, and this is the person who he wants to be fighting for points in the championship.
Yeah, indeed. So as just keeping an eye out on battles going on a little bit further ahead as well. DriveX Esports 3M, so from one DriveX car to another, they're still battling it out with Burst Esports Black just ahead of them. and they've got Pure Racing Team Red just behind as well. So this is Daniel Lafonte in the 312 car. And of course, Connery, they had a good start to the race at Sebring a couple of weeks ago, and then it just seemed to me that DriveX's fortunes got worse as we went through the race. I remember one of their teams had a crash, one of their teams had some issues on pit road, and one of them, I think, did manage to finish inside the top 10. But for DriveX Esports, it's just putting together the entire race, I think, for them today.
Yeah, and that car that did finish inside the top 10 was this one, the 312. But if you look at their previous results throughout the season, P30, P21, P39, P13, P8, right at the very end there. So that is not what you like to see, especially when they have pace such as this. They're able to run inside that top 5, but haven't been able to get any just yet. They're forced to go pretty late on the brakes there because of the threat from Maximum Beneke in that PRT Red Ford behind, but just a little bit too far back in that particular instance for Beneke to be able to make the move. But I think for DriveX Esports, a strong finish right at the end of the season here will be absolutely beneficial to them. Maybe looking to go into the numerous private leagues that we have here in iRacing that run through the winter, and of course setting themselves up for the next season, since they are very, very clear in terms of, well, I guess relatively clear. I guess a good result here inside the top 5, top 10 here would mean that they can get themselves into the next season here. I'm just trying not to give them the curse of the commentator here, but they're P18 in the championship standings right now, so with a good finish, they'll be able to race here for the next season, but they just gotta hope and pray that they don't fall foul to any of the ridiculous circumstances that they've had so far this season already.
Yeah, and I'm going to try very hard not to curse them as well here today, because they have had a good season, as Red Bull Racing Esports actually is going down to the inside of the Huckster's Hux car and is able to move himself up a position. So that is Sebastian Job moving up another place in the field here today, Jack. It gets harder, of course, the longer you go into this event to make up, because, of course, the field gets more spread out. But Seb, of course, still trying to battle for this championship. Well, not championship, for second place in the championship. He's got a lot of work to go, though.
He has indeed got a lot of work to go, but still 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining in this race. A long, long way to go for these guys as well. It's still possible if he can just get himself ahead of Mitchell de Jong. He's lost about another half a second in the last lap and a half or so with this battle with Johnny Gindi. The next car ahead of him is Kei Kashubi, 1.8 seconds up the road. So it's going to take a little bit to try and catch up to that Williams Esports Chill Blast machine. But once he does, I have a feeling that he'll be able to latch onto the back of Mitchell de Jong. A little bit of strategy might be able to play into Red Bull Racing Esports hands as well. They have been ones who have been very adventurous with the strategy this year, as we have seen as cases like Spa, so they may go for a very similar strategy here today.
Well, and in some cases you can try and use it to your advantage here. The thing about this track is, of course, it is a high fuel consumption track. It's a bit like Sebring to some effects. There's actually a point I need to make in the same vein here, Jack, because of the fact that Gregor Hutu, of course, has got the damage now to the rear of that number 36 car. That will decrease its fuel efficiency, and that could put Team Redline into a little bit of a box moving forward in this race.
It could. That will mean that he does burn a little bit more fuel because the aerodynamics of that car has been compromised. We have seen that in the lap times, but he's keeping lap times with the guys behind him. Burst Esports Black, Kazuki and Machine were currently running in third. He's setting similar lap times to him, and the same with that whole pack running behind him. So he hasn't really lost much pace. The only person who we can't keep up with at the moment is Josh Rogers, who just seems to have stormed off into the distance. But that's what we used to so far this year. He's done that every single round so far at some point. So for Gregor Hutu, the only thing that's going to be worrying him now is that fuel efficiency. If he can get to the hour mark, he's going to be okay. He can do it on 2 stops. But if he's struggling to get to the hour mark, he's going to need to splash and dash to make the checkered flag.
Yeah, indeed so. There is, look, at Kevin Ellis Jr. in the number 99 car right now. As behind, you've got yourself, actually, we've got side-by-sides going on right now. Or we did for a moment. That Sindre sets us in at the number 57 car. And DriveX Esports Scalpers, Salvia Talents them as they work themselves through turn number 15. Further ahead, though, we have got ourselves, we say, this 3-car battle, which has got Apex Racing Team number 99, Williams Esports Razor, and Niels Koch, and then Mitchell de Jong in the number 8 car. And it's worth noting that although the Red Bull Racing Esports team, Connery, have got a long way to go to make up points in this event, the number 8 car isn't in a great place either.
No, just one car separating those two there. That's the Williams Esports Chill Blast. That's sort of the meat in the sandwich here between the two contenders for P2 in terms of the championship here today. And, well, if Red Bull Racing Esports are able to dispose of Williams, dispose of Coanda, that still won't give them the position in terms of the championship. They need to finish a couple of positions ahead of them to make that an actual reality. We'll have to bring the calculators out and work all that one out, but as it stands, VRS Coanda Simsport still in a relatively good spot to finish P2 here, so it'll be a 1-2 for Coanda in the championship.
Yeah, Jack's actually gone off now to get himself a calculator. I'm going to designate Jack Mr. Calculator Boy today. As Kevin Ellis Jr. sets half a second between himself and Niels Koch behind. Burst Esports Redline and Marcus Jensen, they are ahead in 7th place. One team, we touched upon this in qualifying here, Connery, who seem to have shone well, is Black Star Racing. They run in P number 6. They did lose position early on to the Pure Racing Team Red car, but apart from that, they've been running high inside the top 10 all day.
Yep, they have, and well, they haven't really been doing that throughout this season. They're currently situated P22 in the overall championship standings here, with no finish inside of the top even 15 here. Their highest place finish is P17, so Black Star Racing, completely out of nowhere, have really come to the forefront in this particular race. They're still holding strong in P6, which is exactly where they started here, and they're not exactly losing touch with the positions inside the top 5 either, so they're running very strong. And again, as one of these teams that is on the cut line, they'll be absolutely laughing about this situation right now because things seem pretty secure.
Yeah, and for some of these teams, they evidently would have put a lot of effort into this race. As MSI Esports Blue, Mark Perez trying to go around the outside of Simon Fiegel in the Logitech G Altus Esports car. Live timing and scoring, fingers crossed, is soon, if not now, available. We're working on it. RaceSpotTV/timing. And whilst you're there, don't forget you can check out the all-new RaceSpotTV website as well at RaceSpot.tv. We're doing a lot of work to try and make it easy for you to find what events are coming up that you'll be interested in the future. Hello, of course, to everyone watching on Twitch as well as YouTube Gaming. As just paying attention then back to Mitchell de Jong, and he's got himself Niels Koch just ahead of him in the Williams Esports Razor car. A third of a second is the gap between them right now as they work down towards turn number 12 again here, Jack.
Yeah, they do, as Mitchell de Jong, he's eyeing up a move. A little bit of rustling going on ahead between Kevin Ellis Jr. and the Burst Esports Redline car of Marcus Jensen. But Kevin Ellis Jr. not being able to put a pass on in that number 99 Apex Racing Team machine. Niels Koch and Mitchell de Jong just sitting behind, waiting to see if anything happens. But Mitchell will be eager to get himself through the pack because he knows that all the time that he's stuck behind these guys is going to allow Sebastian Job to slowly close the gap. And that is indeed what he has been doing, to close that gap just little by little and very quickly close up. If Sebastian Job can get himself ahead of Mitchell de Jong and score just those few extra points, it might just give him second place in the championship.
We've had side-by-side for about 5 corners now between TimRC.de Titan and Pure Racing Team Blue. Jonas Warmeyer into turn number 20. They come again, and they continue to battle, and actually maybe going 3 wide, and you can see in the middle you got Simon Fiegel in the Logitech G Altus Esports car. They do go 3 wide in toward turn number 1 here, and late on the brakes on the inside line, that is going to be SimRC.de, and look how close it is. They make contact, and that is going to be Pure Racing Team Blue turned around there, and you could always see that one developing, Connery.
Yeah, you could always see it 3 wide into turn 1. Well, it was fine initially for the first half the corner, but the exit simply wasn't ideal. Altus Esports, I think they were struggling to try and get the traction down there. I just saw a little bit of bobble there and towards the rear end of the car, and completely unstable. Had to track out a bit wider than they perhaps wanted, straight into the side of Jonas Wallmeyer. I don't think that was a case of Feigl trying to find the outside of Jürgen Frank there. The spotter would have said there's a car on the outside here. Jonas Wallmeyer is still there, but it just unfortunately has resulted in that contact now, and very good job to all of the drivers behind for just scouring across the racetrack trying to avoid that one. I don't think anyone got collected.
No, as there's a replay on board with Simon Feigl right now in the number 43 car. And you can just see he puts the power down, and yeah, just the two there making contact. Playing a little bit of spinneroonie on the last round of the championship, and as a consequence of that, Feigl's down to 28th place, and the Pure Racing Team Blue car down to 34th place on track. So that shows you just how closely compact the field is. And in case you want to know more, by the way, your top 28 drivers here, Jack, are still within 30 seconds of your race leader.
They are, and that is just incredible as to how little this field has sort of panned out over the opening half an hour of this race. We have sort of got two packs developing, the leading pack and then a second pack, currently being led by that number 76 SimRC.de Titan machine. But everyone behind the SimRC.de car, it does look like one very long trolley train. And it just doesn't stop until you get to the back of the field. Looks as though so far we have had two retirements. One has been the Astro Gaming Altus Esports car, Simon Feigl's teammate. The other one, of course, being that Sim Racing Black machine on the very first lap of the race.
Yeah, on board with Simacube Inex Racing Red and Jack Sedgwick then, and one of the many BMWs in this field. He's got the Red Face Racing by JRT car just ahead as they work through into the S's section on track again now. This is the 21st position on track, and I don't know why, Connie, but anytime I talk about Inex Racing this season, they seem to be around 21st place on track.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case here, and well, when it comes to the previous results, you would be absolutely right, because they finished P19, P9, well, that's a bit of an outlier, P19, and you also have a P18 thrown in there as well, so a little bit higher than P21, P22, but you would be absolutely right in your assessment. Humans are packed and recognizing creatures after all, but Simacube Inex then, they'll want to maybe finishing a little bit more solidly inside the top 20 than having to finish where they have been this season. And one thing they can do about that is try and get this move done over Red Face Racing down the inside at turn 12. Very late on the brakes there for Cedric. He's able to make the apex. Here comes the cutback move then from Red Face Racing. They'll all get the outside line for turn 13. Inex Stills trying to get this pass complete. It's a bit of contact off the corner as well, side by side behind between Venderval and PRT Green. Venderval giving the hurry up to Red Face Racing, punts them across the corner. They'll lose a couple more positions, and now this battle between Pure and Venderval continues, at least briefly, into that triple right.
What's that saying? No punterino, please. Red Face Racing by JRT then, and that was a big punt. We saw it live by Venderval, but they did get punted pretty heavily there, Jack.
They did get punted pretty heavily, has given a little bit of damage to the 66. Not quite sure how that is going to affect that car. It just looks as though the rear bodywork has been crumpled just a little bit. There is some damage as well to the front of Matti Cardasodra's Venderval Sim Racing Blue machine. It's a little bit of aero disadvantage, but that's not the way to get a pass done, if you ask me. If you're going to do it cleanly, you need to do it, or if you're going to do it, you need to do it properly and cleanly, and Sector 3 is always going to be tough. If you're close racing, there is a little bit of a chance that you may get some contact.
Yeah, there's a replay on board with the number 42 car, Matti Cardasotra then, as they work on the exit. Let's go back to live picture, shall we? As we can see out front, Burst Esports Black and Kazuki Umeshima are now within half a second of Team Redline Black. So I was thinking our timing and scoring is just acting up all over the place. It did tell me one thing there. It's very close for second place on track here, Connery. And Kazuki Umeshima looking to have a better run than that team's had at many points this season.
Yeah, and well, when we usually talk about Burst Esports Black, we talk about them being very, very good qualifiers, but when it comes to race pace, they simply haven't been there throughout this season. Maybe this is where things start to change. especially with the balanced performance changes that have come in here for the final round of the season. Umashima keeping himself in contention here for P2, and to finish off the season like that for Burst Esports Black, then that would be absolutely brilliant indeed. They currently sit 13th there in the point standings, just one top 10 finish despite them qualifying many times inside that top 5, top 10 area. So that just shows you all you need to know about the race pace of that car, of that Porsche in any normal conditions. But for this final round of the season, it looks like they're competitive.
And this is the reason why we're going to see every single team take tyres, almost every single pit stop here today. Best lap time of the day has been set by COTA Simsports, number 81 team with Josh Rogers, a 2-minute .976. Rogers that last time by already 1.2 seconds slower than that. Jackie were only halfway through a stint. So, but it's going to be about 2, maybe even 2.5 seconds, the tyre drop off in one stint here.
I think double stinting today would be a bad choice. If it was a little bit cooler and the track temperature was probably a little bit less than 30 degrees around that area, it would be worth double stinting tyres, at least for that first double stint. Then you've got fresh rubber for that final hour. However, today with a 45-degree track temperature and still rising, it's going to be a case of you need to take tyres on that first pit stop. There may be a possibility that you could double stint from there, so you can double stint over the last 2 stints, but double stinting at the start of the race is going to be a very bad idea.
Yeah, completely agree with that one. Sindro Setsource on board with him right now in the Core Sim Racing orange car. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this time next week we will be at Sim Racing Expo 2019. We're staying in the Nürburgring Village. Come and see us for an announcement on Thursday at 6 p.m. GMT. And then we'll have commentary of the entire event live on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. For those of you that can't get to Sim Racing Expo, but if you can, it is pay what you want to enter. There's a great weekend worth of racing going on at the Nürburgring as well. Really looking forward to that one in just a few days' time. And yes, I'm going to have to say it, Conway, I do get to choose again between the cake and sandwich and trouble on track, and that actually is Zenith Esports Kryptonite there, just having an argy-bargy moment by the looks of it with one of the pure racing cars, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get myself my own view of this one. It's the Zenith Esports Kryptonite car. Yeah, it was actually one of the Williams Gym cars. That was the Williams Gym yellow car piloted by Escuder. Just a bit of contact before they headed themselves in towards turn 15 there. And, well, Daniel Cuevas Amador trying to work his way around the outside there. Just Escuder tracking out in the middle of the corner right into his left rear wheel. It caused a little bit of commotion behind as Dream Factory had to push very wide out of the corner, but other than that lost position, not too much to lost.
Yeah, and more importantly, cake or sandwich.
Cake or sandwich. It's always been sandwich whenever I've been flying with you, Will.
Yeah. Jack, which one would you go to? Have you ever flown on Eurowings?
I've never flown with Eurowings, no.
No, oh, so then I can't ask you the question, cake or sandwich. But yeah, cake or sandwich, it is the choice. And we're going to be recording a lot of fun things over at Sim Racing Expo as well. So don't worry, it won't be 2 days talking about cake or sandwich. It's our version of cake or death for anyone who's watched Idiazard at any point in their lives. We're on board with Max Benecke right now in the number 72 car. And, well, Benecke, again, 5th place in the championship. 5th place right now in terms of the race here, Jack. So the Fords, well, they've been helped by the balance of performance, but they're still quite clearly not the fastest car class here today.
No, and I think that is becoming apparent. The Porsche all of a sudden has picked up a little bit of pace. It's come into its own again and just showing that it can be competitive. We did see it there at the start of the season. It was competitive, don't get me wrong, but it hasn't quite been at the very
situation. Sorry to interrupt there, Jack. Number 66 or around about here, and then the 73 of Pure Racing Team Green as well. Lots of contact between all of these drivers involved in this one, but somehow none of them turned around. PRT Green will be losing out a lot of positions in terms of this one, though. I'm just going to have to cycle myself all the way back to find exactly what happened here. and it looks like initially it was the braking zone into turn 12, the number 29 Drive X Esports car piloted by Johnny Gindi, running into the back of Pashalis Jurgis in that Coanda number 1 car. Actually, he does get spun around, lifted up onto 2 tires as well. Everyone behind trying to avoid this one. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue car away with murder there around the outside of everyone, but then there's more contact in the middle of turn 13 as Redface Racing went into the side of one of those PRT cars and just caused even further carnage behind.
Yeah, we're having a look at some replays right now. We were looking at some replays, but it seemed to have decided that's all we're going to get. It looked a little bit like a traffic jam on the M25 on August Bank Holiday. Oh, it is August Bank Holiday weekend. So, like a traffic jam on the M25 there down at turn number 12, Jack.
Yeah, this, of course, obviously traffic jams on the M25, never a pretty sight, and it looks as though people are just starting to get a little bit feisty. Still 2.5 hours to go. These guys do need to calm themselves down just a little bit, because otherwise none of them are going to make it to that checkered flag. And this could also be where some of these teams are fighting for points. The likes of Inex Racing Red with Jack Sedgwick at the wheel. They've been up at the forefront of the field, up in the top 10 most of this season. All of a sudden they're down, well, outside of the top 20. They're going to want points because otherwise they're going to be dropping a long way down the championship standings. And okay, they might be certain that they're probably certain that they're going to qualify for next season, but they don't want to be going, oh, we qualified, but we finished P20. They want to be saying that they finished up in the top 15, the top 10 of the championship standings, because it just means they're going into next year, can hold their heads that little bit higher.
Yeah, and a wonderful look there at turn 18 on track into 19 right now. We're looking at Coanda Sim Sports, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Red Bull Racing Esports, and SimRC.de Titan. Well, if we zoom back far enough, we'll see SimRC.de Titan, but you wouldn't in this shot. Red Bull Racing Esports on board Sebastian Job right now in the number 12 car as they come in towards turn number 1 on track again. And Jack, actually just ahead of them, you've got Apex Racing Team number 99 car battling it out with De Jong, and I think, actually not with De Jong, it's with Niels Coates. Actually, look how close it is between the 3 of them there, even into the S's.
Almost 3 wide into the S's, and that's, you don't really want to be going 3 wide into the into turn 13, as we've just discovered. One other place that you don't really want to go wide is Niels Coach's round, going through turn number 7. Just looks as though the rear end got loose on that Ferrari 488 GT. Everyone having to go avoiding action. One thing I have noticed though is Niels Coach has managed to get himself back going. Looks as though Sebastian Job has managed to catch up. Was there contact? Yes, there was. I didn't see that. My camera angle didn't quite show that to me. Thank you, Connery.
Well, there we go. It was Mitchell de Jong just slightly running into the back of the car ahead of him there. That is so disappointing there, especially if you're Niels Koch, you're involved in this battle, yes, but all of a sudden through the apex of the corner you have a Coanda car that's very interested in your rear diffuser and just spins you right around. Luckily no one else got involved in that one, but it's still a very good couple of positions lost there by Williams Esports Razor, who are currently sitting, is currently P5 in the championship, so they're on for a good points haul here today, and now they've been cycled all the way back to the sort of rear end of that top 10.
Meanwhile, Sebastian Job's been going side by side with Keiko Shube, and they stay side by side in towards turn number 18 right now. I was about to say that Sebastian Job had got past Keiko Shube, but Kate put the pressure back on, and they're going to stay side by side into 19. And the Red Bull Racing Esports number 4 car having to settle back into position, but going side by side like that for so long meant, in effect, that VRS Coanda Sim Sports and Mitchell de Jong has gained a second and a half in the space of half a lap over these two, and they're going to remain side by side in towards turn number 1. A bit of a wiggle under braking there by Seb. He's not able to get the move done on the outside in towards turn number 1, and Jackie's got to settle back into line.
I think for Seb as well, one thing that maybe hurt his run, especially on the exit of turn number 1, he caught that yellow sausage dog curb on the inside, bounced his left-hand side wheels into the air, and that would have just broke traction on that BMW M8 GTE, meaning that he couldn't get the power down and couldn't get the run off the corner which he needed. I think had he not done that, he would have been able to. They would have been going side by side through turn number 2 and up towards the S's. But Sebastian Job now, he's just got to recollect himself. He's pushing hard because the car was sideways as he brought himself through turn number 9 up towards turn number 10. He's got to recollect himself and and go again to get past Kei Gashubi. And then after he's done that, the next target for him is going to be Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, and what has it been with Commander today? Of course, we saw the incident at the start of this race, Jack, between Hutu and Josh Rogers. We've seen a close call by Mitchell de Jong and one of the Williams cars. We saw an issue with Jorn Jens at the start of this race. We've seen Pas Gergis involved in issues today. I don't know what it is with Commander today. They're just seeming to have issues all over the place.
And it's surprising because you don't usually see this from Coanda. They are usually a team which will keep themselves to themselves, don't go around hitting other people out the way. And it's surprising to see Coanda having an instance like this. I wouldn't expect it, but maybe it's a case of it's the end of the season, the pressure's now off because they've won the championship and they're just here to enjoy themselves in the last race. They're going to get all the cars qualified ready for next season, and they get themselves ready because, of course, the winter championships with the private leagues that run across the winter months, and get themselves ready for the world championships next year. But they've still got the Porsche Esports Super Cup to deal with. That's going to be running itself up over the next couple of months. And those drivers, of course, are still very much in contention for that championship.
Yeah, and I think also, Connery, half the internet has just shuddered at the fact that I've said something critical about Commander Sim Sports. But they are, of course, going to be still taking part in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. They've also got 3 drivers that's going to be heading to Frankfurt in a couple of weeks as well to take part in a show race of the Porsche Esports Super Cup. That's going to be Martin Cronquet, Mitchell de Jong, and Josh Rogers.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised it's not... well, I believe there's 4. Was Max Benecke involved in that one as well?
Then you've got Max Benecke.
Yeah,
the non-Commander drivers are Max Benecke, Patrick Holtzman, and Sebastian Job.
Oh, yeah. So that's the situation there for Frankfurt. Non-championship race there for the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which will be still very, very exciting. You know, we're all excited whenever we get to do LAN events, even though we're not there in person. Those drivers are, so... Well, Will is, because you're basically running the entire stream for them, but we're going to have to commentate from our, I guess, if it's me and Jack, let's commentate, or me and Paul, our British homes.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, to be fair, you probably don't want to do my job because it involves setting up stages between 11 o'clock at night and 4 o'clock in the morning to then be at work again 4 hours later. So, we're on board Red Bull Racing Esports right now. Red Bull, I could use some, please. Mainly because Rich Energy tastes horrible and it's also full of sugar, Jack.
You've been drinking Rich Energy? Sorry, Rich Energy exists?
I bought a crate of it.
I was considering it, I must admit, just to say that I'd done it, but you know, I didn't even think when you buy them. Yeah, I mean, I don't really drink energy drinks, I must admit, so I would quite happily have a glass of water instead of an energy drink, but each their own. And Rich Energy, everyone's been saying it is disgusting, so I don't really blame you for not wanting it.
Yeah, there is a fantastic Amazon review, which is quite clearly fake, by Vijay Mallya, of course, former boss of Force India. But if you do get the chance, check out the Amazon review. It's absolutely hilarious to watch. I can't unfortunately read it on air because it's a little bit suggestive as we go aboard with Michelle Ritchie in the number 95 Apex Racing team car. Apex Racing running in 24th place right now with the number 95 car. They're doing a much better job further up with the number 99 car running in 8th position. Michelle Ritchie's actually down on the inside right now of Venerelson Racing Yellows. They're heading towards turn number 1. At the same time, our timing screens have just shown that Sim Cube Inex Racing Blue was going side by side with DriveX Esports Scalpers, and Scalpers seem to have won that battle, Connery.
Yeah, it looks like they have as...
car off! So that's the Red Face Racing by JRT car hard into the barriers, and that is down in the S's. Replay coming up for that one. So just having a look then, it's a very weird crash.
It's the curb.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the curb. We didn't get a full look at it there because it's literally just as they go underneath the bridge. So let's try and get another better angle there. So to run, yeah, hop over the curb straight into. Well, that's what we talked about. See, we do know what we're talking about, Connery.
Sometimes we do. But Red Face Racing seems like their race just goes from pretty bad to absolutely abysmal here. It seems like they've been involved in everything that this race has to offer here, including getting themselves involved in their own sort of errors there with those yellow sausage curbs. Of course, they're less of a threat in these sorts of GT cars as they are in the open wheel cars, where they can very easily damage the front wing. They can damage the undersides of the LMP1 prototypes as well, and the LMP2s, but still, they are very, very vicious, and they can just spit you out just like that.
Yeah, as MSI Esports Blue, by the way, just getting past MRC.de Titan. And we've got, Beneke on pit road after 45 minutes. Now, I don't get this one. I'm trying to do the maths really quickly in my head. They're going to try and do a free stopper, but maybe the tyres just aren't lasting on that 4GT economy. I really don't know why he's on pit road this early.
I'm having a look at their lap times. Under normal circumstances, they were doing 202.5s, and that is still competitive when you're having a look at the rest of the drivers out there on track right now. So it's going to be an interesting one here. He is going to take tires in this situation, which is understandable given the track temperature being about 46 degrees Celsius out there. So those tires simply aren't going to last for a double stint. But this is very, very early at what is quite a high fuel usage track. So maybe they have worked out the numbers and they're able to, like, okay, if this race goes the exact amount of laps that we need it to go, then we'll be able to make it. But they're really playing with fire just in case we need to go one extra.
Yeah, I mean, it's a half pace lap here at Circuit of the Americas. They pretty much start on the run down in towards turn number 12. So not like Sebring a couple of weeks ago where you had to do a full pace lap, but it's still running it close there, Jack.
It is, and I seem to remember that Pure Racing Team Red did a very similar thing at the Nürburgring in the 6-hour race there. They pitted early on the first stop. They did manage to make it work, but it was very close. I don't know whether they're going to be able to do it here. With 2 hours and 13 minutes remaining, it means they've got to do 1 hour and 6 minutes, 1 hour and 7 minute stints to get to the check on one stop. And honestly, at a circuit with such high fuel rate and high tyre degradation, I don't know whether it's going to work.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. I was going to say, there are a couple of drivers around who have just been flashing in our timing screens having some issues, but I think it's just a couple of issues on our end, actually, for once. Kazuki Umeshima still half a second behind Gregor Hutu. And again, even though, Jack, Burst Esports and Team Redline are two separate teams, they have got the joint effort they've got going on with Marcus Jensen. And I'm just having a look here. And for Kazuki Umeshima, I'm wondering whether or not there is a little bit of competition there. Don't pass me, let's just run, even though these are two cars owned independently by Team Redline and Burst Esports, respectively.
And I think you may be right there, because they've managed to pull about 2.5 seconds over Daniel Lafuente in the DriveX Esport 3M machine. The Black Star Racing car in 5th of Tumas Tartala. So these guys are quite clearly working together just to pull themselves a little bit of a gap up at the front of the field and just solidify themselves a little bit more. It's also going to be helping Gregor Hutu as well, because he knows that he's going to be struggling with that aero damage. He's going to have slightly higher fuel take, so it could mean that at some point the Kazuki machine was cycles ahead, so Gregor Hutu can sit in his draft, save a little bit of fuel, and just see if he can get that fuel numbers just a little bit further. One other car that has pitted in this very early stage of this first round of pit stops is the 76 MRC.de Titan machine, coming down onto the pit lane a lap later than that of Maximilian Beneke, but still I don't think it's just the right time to be pitting. Something which Connery did say is that they could be going for an undercut on the tyre degradation, but I don't see. Even then, I still think it's too early to be trying that kind of risky strategy.
Williams Team Yellow and Williams Esports and BenQ are also on pit road. Two separate teams, by the way. Williams Gym and Williams Esports. They just both have Williams backing and therefore Williams in the name. 53.1 second pit stop for SimRC.de Titan. 52 second pit stop for Williams Gym Yellow. As Connery, elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by the undercut.
Well, I'm just trying to grasp at straws a little bit to see why they're coming down this early. And, well, only 2 teams out of the 37 that we have that have signed up for this race have gone for this particular strategy. So it's still something that the teams, or rather the vast majority of the teams, do not want to go for. But I think it's more of a case of because of the tyre degradation that we have here, it's going to be pretty, you know, we've seen a huge tyre drop-off. We've seen on the order of around about 1.5 seconds at this stage for some of these teams, and we're still a good couple of laps away from the end of what would be a normal first stint here. So I think with PRT having come down in, and of course with SimRC, I believe, having made their pit stop as well, we actually have the VRS Kind of Simple number 18 car also down on pit lane as well. So now some teams are starting to think maybe this is a good idea, or are they trying to cover off these sorts of moves from SimRC and the PRT car. So it's basically a Hail Mary attempt for those teams that are further down the field, maybe to pick up a couple of points here, because if you're going to gamble, last race in the season is probably going to be the place where you really want to do it.
Talking of Hail Mary, happy football day, because college football is back. Finally. It's one of the best things about getting to this stage of the year. It's because college football is back on my screen, so 2 o'clock UK time, I sit and watch ESPN like a loser. Actually, I don't. I do watch it, but I don't watch it like a loser. Kazuki Umeshima still in 3rd place. We did, by the way, see the Dream Factory car turned around a moment ago there. Jack, that is Diego Catalan, who got turned around by Simon Fiegel and the Logitech G Altus Esports car.
Yeah, Diego Catalan hasn't had a great day so far. Started himself in 29th. He's currently sitting 28th, so he's up one position on where he started, but he was a lot further up the field. He'd been making his way through, getting some positions, and it could be just a little bit of maybe, I didn't quite get to see the replay, so it could be just he pushed the car a little bit, but also Simon Feigl, I don't think he would have helped that. Still damage to that number 43 Logitech Altus Esports machine. And for the Australian, currently around 2-3 o'clock in the morning, I haven't seen him in the racing in the championship so far this year. Is this Simon Feigl's first race?
No.
No. Okay, so
What I will say, by the way, we've got to get it right. It's Logitech G.
Logitech G. Yeah.
Yes.
Logitech G Altus Esports.
Because otherwise someone's going to shout at us at some point in the next 2 hours and 8 minutes. But it's the strategy. I mean, there's people saying Connery maybe a free stopper. Free stoppers, I'm doing the paper crunching right now. And it's a long pit road here, which is the reason why I would normally say no. Of course, it's not as long as Spa when we go there, because that's 2 minutes end to end. But end to end, it's 1 minute and 15 seconds. So you'd have to basically find a way of going 2.5 seconds a lap quicker. And that ain't going to work unless you are astonishingly pushing the tyres, like Schumacher 98.
Yeah, I mean, we're just all throwing suggestions out there, I believe. Well, us as commentators and people in the chat as well. But 3-stop, we haven't seen it throughout this entire season. I don't think we've seen it for 3-hour race throughout the entirety of the World Championship. So it would be an interesting thing to happen, but not going to be the case, I think, here today. Good couple of cars on pit road. That is going to be the Venerable Sim Racing Blue, actually they're heading their way out here. So still a good couple of teams deciding to come down early before the hour mark that we usually see everyone come down in. And I'm just excited to see how this will work out for the teams that have done this.
Yeah. Jack, also, you've enraged Australasia. It's only 1 a.m. so far. In some parts of Australasia, it's only 11 p.m. So they can still go for a couple of hours, but the number 42 car out and away in 54.1 seconds is their pit stop.
Well, I do apologise to the Australian community. I do not have a world clock in front of me, which is kind of annoying, but I was taking a hazard guess as to when I know my teammates usually go to bed on a Saturday afternoon. So, but for Matti Kaidasoja, out and away after his first pit stop, it looks as though that to be a full service as well. Everyone taking tyres so far. Now, don't blame them, because the track temperature is almost approaching 47 degrees Celsius. I'm surprised they aren't starting to crack eggs on pit lane, because I reckon you could cook them. If you laid one down on the concrete, I reckon that would cook in about 10 minutes. Yeah,
116 degrees Fahrenheit is the track temperature right now, so it's gone up by 13 degrees Fahrenheit over the course of this first hour. So we talk about this track getting hot. I'm trying to do the math there as well, Conway. Is this the hottest we've seen for track conditions all year?
I think for this series, yes. Although I have seen in some other broadcasts that we do, I've seen temperatures of above 50 degrees Celsius, especially at Interlagos with the, I believe it was the Porsche, I believe that was the Brazilian Carrera Cup race that we had to broadcast, the English broadcast for that for. That was around about 50 degrees. So we've seen temperatures this high before, but maybe not in this series. So it's going to throw a bit of a wrench into the works for many teams.
And of course, there's some people at the same time who be going, it's only 116 degrees track temperature. That's nothing. I live in that temperature, but it's blooming hot out there today. Also, it's a bank holiday in England. I did also get told it's not a bank holiday in all of the UK, but it's a bank holiday in England. And for once in our lives, Jack, we've got a bank holiday when it's not absolutely torrential raining everywhere. What's going on?
I don't know. Something weird is going on in the UK at the moment, because we've managed. I don't know how we've managed to end up with a bank holiday where it's dry. I mean, I was in Ipswich last night at a concert for a certain very big British artist, and it was warm at about 10 o'clock at night, and something was really weird.
Was that Ed Sheeran?
Yeah, it was.
No comment. Black Star Racing's on pit road. You carry on.
Yeah, Black Star Racing, Thomas Tattler coming down for their first pit stop. 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. This is when I'd start to expect to see people coming down onto pit lane to make their first stops, because they know that they are going to be good on fuel from here. It's going to be interesting to see who else will join Black Star Racing on pit lane this time around. The number 29 machine I can see on my screens is also coming down onto the pit lane, along with the number 13. So they're starting to trickle, but there's not a massive influx of cars just yet. However, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, pit lane is going to get very, very busy.
Yeah, apparently there is a bank holiday in Scotland as well. So what I was listening to on the radio, they're lying. As we're on board then with Thomas Tattler as he is doing his pit stop. I'll tell you one thing, I've done the complete opposite. Actually, I was at a music festival once, and it was so wet. I have never owned a pair of wellies in my life, except for this one day at a festival where it was absolutely drenched. And I've also been there once when you've gone from very wet to very, very dry, and because of that the ground gets very, very hard. That was actually one at Donington Park. So we're going back on board with Keika Shube in that battle between himself and Mitchell de Jong. We talk about all these alternate strategies here today, Conway. The one group of people who we haven't seen coming towards pit road, who I might have thought they might have done so, is Sebastian Job and Red Bull Racing Esports.
Yeah, because they've been sort of sitting in the status quo here, this position, for a while. They have made out a huge amount of positions on this first stint already, up 10 if you also ignore the fact that we have had a couple of cars down towards pit lane. But still, it's still a very good first stint for Sebastian Job, but it's still perhaps not really enough at this stage. You still have that Williams Esports chill bus separating him and that VRS Kind Sim Sports number 8 car. What it could be is that he's hoping that Keika Shube actually gets into a battle here with Mitchell de Jong side by side, so that he can be reeled all the way back in and then maybe pick up the pieces should the worst happen between these two. But right now, it's a relatively conservative strategy right now for Red Bull Racing Esports, despite all the passing that they've been doing early on.
And Keika Shube, of course, was battling it out earlier with Sebastian Job, and that actually allowed de Jong to get about 2 seconds ahead of the two drivers. This all kind of closed itself back down together. Playbot Kazibom in the TX3 by Fussmaster Blue car is on pit road this time around. There we are, having a look at Playbot Kazibom in the LDLC sponsored car. And as far as I'm aware so far, Jack, there's been no driver changes.
I haven't seen any driver changes take place, and I believe these are the guys who are probably going to double stint on the first one. Then we're going to see the drivers get in to do that final hour. Those second drivers in these teams. I know we said this about an hour ago, just before the race started, but I can't see anyone using 3 drivers today. It just doesn't seem economical. The best way that you want to do this driver strategy-wise is get someone out for the first 2 hours, because they can deal with these changing track temperatures, especially as it's rising. They can deal with the apparent lack of grip, and it's getting less and less as you get further into the race. Those guys doing the third stint, they are going to be able to have that cooling track. The grip's going to come a little bit more to them, so they are going to be in a slightly better position as well on those new tyres. But one thing these guys also need to remember is if they're putting a new driver in, make sure you send them out on new tyres. Sending a driver out on worn tyres is never a good idea, because it usually ends up in something called an Arco wall. Unless,
of course, your name's Klein at Sim Sports and it's the last round at Sebring when they did just that. But of course, we're talking about Josh Rogers here, So this is the reason why he won the race. By the way, Williams Esports Shield Blast, Williams Esports Razor, both on pit road this time around. As I had a thought, I had something that I was going to say, and now I've completely forgotten it. As we go on board with Kazuki Iwashima once again in the number 96 Burst Esports Black Car. 1 hour of this race is almost scored complete here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. So thank you for those who have joined us here today. We note still there are some issues with live timing and scoring, but the majority of it seems to be working now. So you can check that out, RaceSpot.tv/timing for that one. And we expect to see Rogers, Hutu, Umashima, everyone else in this time around. And just to go back to the free driver situation, the only time really, Connery, I'm going to expect to see that is if there's a team who haven't used up all their drivers so far this season, who need to use their drivers in order to ensure they can stay in the team for next year.
Yeah, of course, the rules are the rules here, and well, if a driver hasn't competed for your team throughout the season, then they're not going to look good coming into, or at least getting themselves actually qualified into the next season. So that's certainly one thing that the teams do have to be concerned about. But with the hour mark just ticked over now, 1 hour 59 minutes left remaining in session. I was just going to say 1 minute left remaining. I was like, where has all the time gone? But no, we still have about 2 hours of racing to go here. Having a look at that number 81 Kwanzaa car that's race leading right now. They haven't decided to come in, but someone who has is Gregor Hutu from P2. He's down for Team Redline Black. We've got Burst Esports Black. They stay out in P3.
Yeah, as I was just thinking whilst you were talking 1 minute ago, is that I wish that these weekends go quickly, but Gregor Hutu, pit road. You've got Daniel Lafonte, pit road. Mitchell de Jong on pit road now. This is going to be interesting for Kazuki Umashima because of the fact that he will need to really push now to try and make this overcut in a sense work, but it will give Gregor Hutu maybe a bit of breathing room because of the fact the two drivers didn't come on towards pit road at the same time. Give you an update on where Pure Racing Team Red were doing in terms of their tyres. After they pitted, they were about a second and a bit faster. I'm just trying to see where they are on track right now, and whenever you do these things it never works, but Max Benecke was going about a second and a bit faster. His last lap time though, back into the 2-minute 2, so tyre life here is not long, Jack. You only get the advantage of those fresh tyres for maybe about 6 or 7 laps it looks to be.
Yeah, and it's those 6 or 7 laps which Max Benecke is really going to have to make count, but it does mean that his tyres are going to go off 6 to 7 laps earlier than everyone else who has just come down onto the pit lane. For the likes of Josh Rogers, okay, maybe Max Benecke is not going to get anywhere close to him today, but it's still comparing him to the leader. He hasn't pitted yet, and he's going to be 31 laps into his stint as he crosses the line this time. Neither is Kazuki Umashima and Marcus Jensen. We've seen these guys now go past the hour mark, which means that we know that they're going to be comfortable on fuel to do it on 2 stops. How long these guys can go is going to give us an indication on how far the guys like Max Benecke and Jürgen Frank, who pitted very early in this race, can go on their stints to make it to the end. It may be that Max Benecke has gone for the short stint first and gone for a bit more of a risky move, which is going to be interesting to see. If we can see Josh Rogers get to about the 1 hour and 53 mark, I think the driver of Max Benecke is going to be okay. Jürgen Frank will join that club as Kazuki Umashima and Burst Esports Black from 2nd place is down onto pit lane.
Yeah, they kind of had to do that one. It's worth noting as well, Connery, that Max Benecke, Kevin Ellis Jr., Thomas Tattler, aka Pure Racing Team Red, Apex Racing Team and Black Star Racing, they've all gotten themselves ahead of that Team Redline Black car, Gregor Hutu, partially because of the fact their pit stops are all faster, taking less fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fresher tyres in the early stint certainly helps as well. So a little bit of an interesting situation, an interesting dynamic here, at least through this 2nd stint here, where we have the cars are on the quote-unquote normal strategy of pitting on the hour every hour, just having to come through on the slightly slower traffic of all the drivers that have tyres about 4, 5, 6 laps, even 8 laps older than them. So it's going to be a sort of managing the traffic in a way here, but the traffic is still relatively on pace with you. So it's It's going to be a tough one for the likes of Hutu and everyone else that's right at the front of the field right now. And so, well, they still haven't pitted yet, have Quanda, Burst, DriveX Esports, MSI. We're still waiting for them to come down. And, well, they've managed to get ourselves 5 minutes into this second hour here. So that makes things look good in terms of those guys that came down early.
Heard an O, Jack. What's the O? Oh, are you just singing Ed Sheeran?
No. There was almost an incident between Josh Rogers and the 51 Vendaval Sim Racing yellow machine of Hadrian Hettich going into turn number 12. Hettich looks like he just got his braking point a little bit wrong, nearly ran into the back of Rogers. Rogers quite clearly let go of the brakes. There was contact, a little bit of a touch, and they both went wide. Looks as though they've both managed to escape with damage because of how minimal the contact was. But that was almost a race-ending incident for Josh Rogers there.
No, you say that's down at turn number 12?
Yes.
Let's get ourselves a replay, shall we? This is in the running towards turn at number 12. By the way, Rogers is on pit road now. That is the Vendaval Sim Racing car. And that, yeah, if it was probably 5 miles an hour more, you would have seen Josh Rogers quite clearly spun around down at turn 12 there, Jack.
Yeah, that would have been maybe not race ending for 5 mile an hour more. Give it 20 mile an hour more, then yes, it would have been, because he'd been hard into a wall. But he was very lucky to save that. Brilliant driving there by the Australian. He's going to stay in the car for this second stint, which means that either the driver of Martin Kroenke or Ricardo Castellada is going to take it to the end. And I have my money on being Martin Kroenke, because he's currently the only one who is in with Josh Rogers in the session.
Yep, so there we can see your race leader. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens in terms of the time that a couple of laps it's been now since we had Burst Esports Black, etc. on towards pit road. See what the gap is, as Burst Esports Black and Umeshima have got themselves ahead of Josh Rogers. And wait a minute. Yeah, I was about to say that. I mean, we talked about crazy strategies of the day, Connery. Umeshima is staying out with no fresh tyres. I mean,
the other Burst car stayed out on all tyres as well. So that's the Burst Esports Black car and the Burst Esports Redline car. Double stinting on these first 2 stints. We've already said how we think that's a very, very bad idea indeed. But Burst Esports were like, well, we might as well, just take a punt here on the last race of the season. Jack, you're bringing up a very good point there in just our internal communications, that if they've tested this and think it works, then all the more power to them. But 48 degrees track temperature, optimistic.
I would say personally that if these guys have tested it, which I'm going to guess that they have because they're going for a double stint strategy on these tyres, they're going to know it works, they're going to know what the drop-off is, they're going to know that it's going to be worth doing. Even if they lose 5 seconds over the course of the run, it may be that they come out with fresh tyres alongside VRS Quanta Simsport for that final stint, and they are ahead. You never know. It could be the difference between these guys finishing on the podium or potentially one of the Burst Esports cars getting the win and them finishing off the podium. Did Gregor Hutu take tyres? Yes, he did. Yeah. So, indeed, the Burst Esports are the only team to double stint these tyres. Very risky strategy, I think. But if there's one team who are going to make it pay off, it's going to be one that's affiliated with Team Redline.
Can I just step in here and say it's there's slightly more logic to this than people think, because the cars that do take tyres at this stage are having to file in behind all of those early stoppers, and will have to have the problems of trying to get past them, even though they're relatively equal on pace, even though they have a slight tyre advantage. But what Burst Esports doing here is they're just avoiding all of that. And, they have all the clear air in the world, all the track position in the world ahead of them. We will have to keep an eye on their pace, though, to see how far off everyone else they are. But right now, with that 2:03.5 from Umeshima last time around, it may not be the worst idea, even though it's still about 1.5 seconds off.
Can I also say, Jack Sedgwick and the Simracube NX Racing Red car were able to do 1 hour and 8 minutes on their first stint in their BMW. So they went the longest of anyone. They're taking tyres right now. And of course, the advantage of pitting late is that you get a little bit of TV time because you're classified as the race leader. We are going to show you the gaps of your top 8 in just one moment's time. I'm going to let this stop finish off first for Jack Sedgwick and the Simracube NX Racing Red car. 1 minute and 1.8 seconds out and away. goes Jack Sedgwick back out onto track for him. And there is a look at your top 8 then, at the bottom of your screen. It is Burst Esports Black, who lead by 3 seconds over Burst Esports Redline. Gap between Burst Esports Redline and Pure Racing Team Red is about 11 seconds right now. Commander Sim Sports, number 81, roll in 3rd and 4th place even. Apex Racing Team in 5th, Team Redline Black in 6th, Black Star Racing 7th, and Williams Esports Chill Blast rounds out your top 8. And the only 2 teams not to have taken tyres were Burst Esports Black and Burst Esports Redline. So they're the ones going out on a limb right now. Worth noting that last time around, Burst Esports Black were 1.1 seconds slower than PRT Red and Max Beneke there, Jack.
Yeah, very big difference in time. Bearing in mind there's only 13 seconds between Burst Esports Black and Pure Racing Team Red, and then 16 seconds back to Josh Rogers in 4th. It's going to be a very fast process of that gap closing. I reckon by the hour and a half to go mark, this halfway stage in this final round of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship for 2019, we're going to see a lead battle on between Kazuki Umeshima, Maximilian Beneke and Josh Rogers, because Max Beneke's tyres are going to start to go off in the next few laps, and Josh Rogers are still in their prime. They're still brand new. They're only 2 laps old, and as he does that, he goes 2 seconds faster than Kazuki Umeshima on that last time around the racetrack.
And it's only 15 seconds the gap between the 2 of them, so it's gonna be very interesting here, Connie. What Burst Esports Black and Burst Esports Redline need to hope is that the sheen comes off these tyres quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the fresh tyres be very, very fast on those first set of stops for about, 2, 3, 4 laps, and then they start just sort of falling off just a little bit more, and that's what they just have to be hoping right now happens to the rest of these pitters now that have just come down in over the last couple of laps. And right now with Joshua Rogers' pace, I don't think they'll be able to do anything about him, that is for sure. But with any of these sort of middle of the top 10 battles that they have been involved in, it might just give them the edge. But again, I'm having to grasp at straws here to try and justify what they've done. I don't think it's a good idea, but we'll just have to watch and see what happens.
Yep, and there is Josh Rogers in the number 81 car. You can see he's 2.5 seconds back from Max Beneke. There is Beneke in the number 72 Pure Racing Team Red car. Well, we're about an hour and 15 minutes into this race now, so we are going to take our first RaceSpotTV fan immersion of the day. We're going to do a lap on board the Pure Racing Team Red and Max Beneke. on board there, or 2 laps on board, because, well, we forgot about time. With Max Benecke in the Pure Racing Team red car. Upcoming event in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, we have got ourselves a finale of the World of Outlaws Morton Buildings Late Model Championship, and that's going to be the dirt track at Charlotte this coming Monday. Then it's time for the throwback, Connery, as the Peak Antifreeze Series, the Irish eNASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing, heads itself over to the Lady in Black at Darlington.
Yeah, and well, when I used to be much more active in terms of racing here on iRacing, I was very interested in the oval side of things indeed, and Darlington was actually one of my favorite racetracks. I usually tended to do well there, so I'm looking forward to the NASCAR race at Darlington, and it's always a very fun track, especially coming down into that turn 1 and 2, where you basically dive it in low and then you push all the way up towards the high line. And it's basically as close as you dare coming up towards that barrier on the outside, which is why the whole Darlington stripe thing is a thing on that side of things, where the paintwork just gets chipped off because of how close that they're running towards the walls at that circuit. And well, in terms of the road racing, the road endurance racing that we have going on here right now, that one is a little bit complex here with the Burst Esports strategy. We've also got VRS Sim Sports 81 catching up right to the back of PRT Red here as well. So that's an obstacle. Now, Josh Rogers does have to overcome in this one. He's not simply going to get off ahead of the race and just dominate everyone. He does need to do some passing.
He does. As I for some reason said Grand Prix Series, I meant the iRacing World Championship Series. And of course, we've also got the Thrustmaster Rallycross Championship starting soon here, and that will be live on RaceSpotTV. 2 rounds to go in the Porsche Esports Super Cup Laguna Seca in a few weeks' time, and then Monza to round up our season on the 28th of September. We're on board now with Josh Rogers, and last time by, he was 2 tenths per second faster than Max Benecke. However, he has started to slow down a little bit, Jack.
He has. The tyres are now 6 laps old, and we've got to that point in the stint where they could be falling off the cliff just a little bit. And although he's still catching up to the driver of Maximilian Benecke, it's just going to be a case of it's going to be a much slower progression. However, they both are catching up to the Burst Esports cars, hands over fist. 3.5 seconds just ahead is going to be Marcus Jensen, and in fact these guys will be able to see him. Kazuki Machine were just 7.8 seconds up the road from Josh Rogers, so they are catching Burst Esports really at a very fast pace now, Will, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this one now progresses over the course of the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, also my fun moment for the day, as by the way, Simmercube, NX Racing Blue, they were alongside Coulson Racing Orange at some point. At least our timing and scoring graphic said something. As we go back to Josh Rogers in the number 81 car right now. One of the fun things about being an academic, as we see Rogers going down to the inside. That's aggressive into turn number 13, but can't make the move done as they then switch back into the long sweeping left-hander. As we're on board again with Josh Rogers. They work through the right-handers then. Down at turn number 18, they're through now. Rogers is starting to get a little bit impatient even, shall we say, as they're into 19 and now down in towards turn number 20. As Rogers is going to put that pressure. He wants to get the good run off the corner. You can see that the Ford GT does have enough grunt as they go down this long front straightaway in towards turn number 1. Rogers launching it down to the inside. He tried to do this on lap number 1 over Gregor Hutu, couldn't make it work, but that time he did, Jack.
He did, an absolutely brilliantly perfect move from Joshua Rogers. However, Max Benecke is not going to let him go easily. He let him through, didn't want to challenge, because there's no point with an hour and 38 minutes remaining in an endurance race on putting a challenge on for a position in a car that is quite clearly faster than you. However, Max Benecke was looking for a move into the S's. It wasn't going to happen, and now he's dropped 6-7 tenths back from the driver of Josh Rogers. Josh Rogers now has his eyes forward and focused on one thing, and that is the race lead and getting that back from Kazuki Umeshima.
Yeah, that's Burst Esports Redline, 2.1 seconds up the road. The thing I was going to comment about, Connery, is being an academic, of course, I subscribe to 1,000,001 different things, and sometimes some of the recommended papers I read can be, well, entertaining to say the very least. I'm going to give it the clean version. Casual activities among young adults, education differentials.
I have no idea what
Someone
that is.
has actually written a paper about this subject and therefore must have done interviews with people about it.
Okay. Quick summary?
I haven't read it yet. I'll give you one a little bit later on as we go on board with Gregor Hutu and the team Redline Black Car. And actually, they seem to have lost out the most here, Connery, from this first round of pit stops.
Yeah, they do, and well, if it, it does impact them in the fact that they are having to chase down that number 8 VRS clandestine sports cars, but not really. Well, at least in terms of the racing here today, it's really affected how they're going to do things here in this second stint. Team Redline Black, with Gregor Hutu still behind the wheel of that one, don't forget. I think he's having to deal with a little bit of traffic here in this case. He was the one that was caught out by, just caught in the wrong position at the wrong time. It has to be said here, with those pit stops getting stuck behind those cars that had pitted just a little bit earlier on, and now he's just struggling to work his way through on them.
Yep, as we're just having a look there is Gregor Hutu, half a second behind the Apex Racing Team number 99 car. Having a look, and of course the Apex Racing Team here, Connery, they're one of the few teams that pitted a little bit earlier, along with Max Benecke, so they've held their ground a little bit, and actually what they're going to be doing is hindering the performance of the Team Redline Black car a little bit more. And I still am not entirely certain about the approach that that Pure Racing Team Red and Apex Racing Team are going to take in this race. But Kevin Ellis Jr. and the Apex Racing Team number 99 car now up into 5th place as a consequence.
Yeah, they started P9, so again, very much on where they started. Whether that will be the case at the end of this stint still remains to be seen. Team Redline Black. Oh, actually, VRS Clandestine Sport number 81. They just got themselves past the Team Abyss Esports Redline there.
Quick.
That was for P2. That was very quick indeed. Caught me off guard for certain.
Yeah, let's replay. As there's Josh Rogers, and it's exactly the same thing actually he was trying to do over Max Benecke a couple of laps ago, but this time he just managed to make it work, and you can just see you don't have the confidence there, Connery, if you're one of the Burst Esports Black cars to really nail the apexes anymore.
Well, I mean, you are very much tire limited here if you're double stinting in these sorts of conditions. So, you have that to consider. Also, you have the fact that, how much can Burst Esports Redline really do there in terms of holding up Joshua Rogers with the difference in just overall pace, even equal tires, equal sorts of amounts of clear air, and then you factor in a tire advantage on top of that one, and Josh Rogers is just going to blast by you every single day of the week. But now, with about 4 seconds towards your race leader, Commander Sins was still setting fastest lap times of anyone that last time around. Even with that pass, Joshua Rogers was still faster than everyone that last time. That's absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Pure Racing Team Red, now they are locked onto the back of Burst Esports Redline now. So the Redline Burst Esports car is really struggling on those tires. The Umashima piloted machine, not so much, but here comes Maximum Benecke. They down the inside, very close indeed towards turn 11. Has he outdone himself here? He has, and now Marcus Jensen can decide to fight back on the inside off the corner. Big wiggle there from that Ford GTE machine, and now it's a drag race all the way down this very long back straight, and there we go. Marcus Jensen just going to back out of that one.
Yeah, there's a replay then into turn 11. That is Max Benecke. He did launch it down the inside. A little bit naughty of him, going off track all 4 wheels and coming back on. But Marcus Jensen eventually gave him the position as they worked down this long back straightaway towards turn number 12. So Benecke has gotten past the Apex Racing Team car, the Burst Esport Redline car. That's what I was trying to say there. As we've also seen, Josh Rogers 3.2 seconds now behind Burst Esports Black. And well, the rate he's been going here, Jack, probably end of the next lap, start of the lap after, Josh Rogers is going to be alongside Iwashima.
I would say that that would be the case. We will look at lap times as they come across the line this time around. Kazuki Mishima doing a 2:03.9, Josh Rogers doing a 2:02.5. So 3 seconds to catch. It is going to be within the next 2 laps. The lead will change and it will hand back to Josh Rogers. Burst Esports had a brilliant idea with their strategy and they almost made it work. There was one small problem that factored into their strategy, and his name is Josh Rogers.
Yeah, and it seems to be for Josh Rogers, every time he's not been leading a race in this championship, because someone does something a little bit crazy, he's like, all right then, and he just finds that magic 10% to make him go faster.
And that is what makes Josh Rogers just that 10% better than anyone at the moment. And you ask anyone, 5 years ago, the best sim racer out there was Gregor Hoots. 2 years ago, it was Martin Kroenke, and now we're into the Josh Rogers era. It started this year, and it's going to bloom. This is just the start of what we're going to see from Josh Rogers. He's proven himself over the last couple of years in other series, and all of a sudden he's got himself hit at Commander Sport, and bang, he's there.
Yeah, and of course, there's the likes of Max Benecke you got to put into that list, and Connor will know much better than most. I hate making lists of best sim races in the world because there's so many different variables involved in that one. But I mean, you are going to have to in the next year or so, with the performances that Josh Rogers is putting in, having to start putting him into that elite category of drivers. And there's only about 25 drivers in the history of iRacing that can be a part of that club. Like, yeah, you've got likes of Gregor Hootu, the likes of Martin Kroenke, the likes of Max Benecke. You got the likes, of course, of Ray Alfala in terms of the eNASCAR series. It's a very small group, but Rogers is actually, it's not just because he's a part of Commander Sports. He can do this. I can almost guarantee, even if he wasn't a part of Commander Sports, we saw the flashes of that, of course, 18 months ago before he did join Commander.
I mean, he was always up there fighting with the best of the best when he was a part of TTL Esports. Yeah. Don't forget, that was last season here in this championship. And, and ever since he's gotten that sort of that driver community around him of the VRS Kind of Sim Sports team, where everyone is, even vaguely near his level. It's just, elevated him even more than what we thought was possible at any other team. So, it's a very, very scary prospect here. It's a little bit odd that we get these sorts of eras here in racing, where we go straight from the Gregor Hootu era into the Martin Kroenke era, and straight from the Martin Kroenke era into the Joshua Rogers era. There seems to be nothing in between where anyone in this race can win a race, but there we go. We'll have to take what we can get, but right now, Joshua Rogers, all that he needs to think about now is that car about 0.7 of a second ahead of him. That's Burst Esports Black. Well, Rogers, he's 2 seconds a lap faster than him at this stage, so I think one will be done pretty quickly. Yeah,
and it's going to be more of a case of how hard will Kazuki Umeshima defend. And it's also worth noting, of course, in this race today that Josh Rogers did make a mistake on lap number 1, turn number 1, when he outbraked himself, locked his brakes, did whatever, but he ran into the back of Gregor Hootu as a consequence of that one. And it was a rare, unforced error for Joshua Rogers, one that we don't often see him make, but he made it all the same. So he did have an issue at the start of this one, and I'm sure he'll be reading for that as he goes down to the inside of Kazuki Umeshima, and the pass is complete just like that. So quickly we couldn't even update the graphics in time there, Jack.
Yeah, it was as if Josh Rogers saw the gap, he was going for it. Kazuki Umeshima saw him coming, and there was no fight put up from that Burst Esports Black machine. And back into the lead goes Joshua Rogers as we just go past the halfway mark in this race. As long as he can keep himself nice and cemented up at the front of this field, he's in a good position to take home the 5th win of the championship, and probably one of the first iRacing World Championships where the same team or same driver has won every single race in the season.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible if they manage to make it work. We're on board, by the way, with Commander Sports number 8. They are the team who run 2nd place in the championship right now. They're looking down to the inside of Black Star Racing, Thomas Tattler, as they come in towards that first corner. And De Jong swings it out wide, and he's going to get the move done. He'll have the inside line in towards turn number 2, so this should be fine for him as they come underneath the Tequila Patron Bridge, and he has got himself up into 8th place on track. And whilst we talk about the highs of Coanda, again, Jack, Red Bull Racing Esports, 3rd place in the championship. They just haven't really shown up well today.
No, Sebastian Job was looking good in the first stint, really making his way through the field. It looks as though as the track temperature has risen just that little bit more, we're now up to almost 49 degrees Celsius here today. He just hasn't been able to extract the pace out of that car that they need. Maybe it would have been worth putting Freddie Rasmussen in the car for the opening stint, we don't know. But for Sebastian Job, really promising opening stint from him. This middle stint in the race hasn't been so. Currently about 2.5 seconds ahead to Daniel Lafuente in the DriveX Esports 3M machine, and to get into the top 10 it's another 5 seconds up to Niels Koch, but I can't see him doing that. The lap times just aren't there in that number 4 machine.
Yeah, 1 second. As there is a look at the track conditions on your screen right now, and 120 degrees Fahrenheit, 75 degrees is the air temperature right now. I mean, that's just absolutely staggering. There is a total of 45 degrees Fahrenheit difference between the air temperature and the track temperature here today. And at this stage, Connery, I don't think necessarily it's throwing the egg situation, but you could surely sous vide some steak at this type of temperature.
Yeah, you probably could, but you know, that ties well into the recent, I suppose, dev blog that was put out by the racing developers that said how they're changing the surface temperature to hold or retain a lot more heat, especially when it comes to, you know, cloud cover coming in and out. So, you know, because previously when a cloud gets in front of the sun here, all of a sudden the track temperature just drops like a stone, and everyone's going about a second lap faster. That's not exactly realistic, and well, which is the reason why they're making that sort of change. And it's not the only reason why, because we have that R, like the short R words. The word that I'm looking for is rain coming soon. So that one's going to be a pretty interesting prospect. Of course, not for this build, but, you know, a future build. We don't know which one, even though we do have an iRacing staff member in the commentary booth right now. It's I doubt he'll be able to tell us anything. But yeah, that's going to be absolutely crazy, and it's just going to change the entire dynamic of races like these. You know, endurance races, anything above 3 hours, where that weather factor really does come into play. It might shake up who runs at the front here from time to time.
Yeah, and it's going to mean a lot more differences as well in terms of things like strategy for these teams, because they're going to have, and again, some of the big teams, they've got a pretty big set of spotters and engineers, etc., working for them, but adjusting to things in real time is going to be important. And again, we did see a little bit of this Sebring, Connery, because of course we ran from dawn into the morning. We saw that last hour, the track temperature really spike up, especially as the cloud cover started to part itself. But it's here, I mean, I don't see many clouds at all in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, the skybox does say that everything is clear, and yeah, just not a cloud in the sky. Everything is blue right above the drivers right now, so not really going to be a factor, the cloud cover here. And of course, once that patch comes in, then clouds will be a lot less important when it comes to the lap times that you can get out there. You know, it's going to be a little bit colder in the morning than it is going to be in the afternoon, after all the cars have been running on it, after the sun has been beating down on the track. All of that actually sinks deeper, you know, the heat sinks deeper into the racing surface, and then sort of radiates back out when it comes to those sorts of cooler conditions. So there'll be less variation in terms of how the track temperature works. At least that's my summary of the dev vlog that was posted by iRacing.
Yeah, we did, by the way, see a moment ago Gregor Hutu and the Team Redline Black car getting past number 99 Apex Racing Team car, moving themselves up into 5th place on track. We're having a look at the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, running in 7th place right now, putting that pressure on the Apex Racing Team number 99 car, and actually have been going quicker, Connery, these last couple of laps as well. So I don't know if Apex Racing Team maybe got over a curb a little bit too much, but they've been dropping back these last couple of laps. And also it is worth noting that they are one of those teams that did come in a little bit earlier than everyone else.
That they did, and right now it's currently working out relatively okay, although they've gotten themselves into a little bit of a spot of bother when, well, the inevitable has happened, and those drivers that are on the other strategy have caught right up to the back of him. So Alexander Voss then very deep on the brakes into turn 12 there, really closing that gap to the Apex Racing team ahead, and into this very slow speed sort of end of the second sector into the third sector, I'd say here. We don't have official sectors here in iRacing, believe it or not, but there we go. Alexander Voss down the inside at turn 15, then back end wide out, coming through the exit of that particular corner. Not able to capitalize just yet, looking for the inside through the triple right-hander. That door will be completely and utterly shut there by Kevin Ellis Jr. In towards the penultimate corner now. Voss still looking strong, but no passing opportunity coming through here just yet. Final corner of lap number 47, and now he just has to set himself up maybe for turn 1.
Yeah, and there's the exit then of the final corner in towards turn number 1. They will come in a couple of moments' time, but Alexander Voss actually loses about a car length as they work towards turn number 1, but that's a very late lunge there by Alexander Voss. Is he going to be able to manage to hold it? You've then also got Mitchell de Jong now right behind these two drivers, so they have to pull back into line. But that was, I think, the latest of the late lunges we've seen all so far today.
Yep, that was pretty light indeed, but not really exactly successful in terms of that one. And now, when you look behind in this battle, you have Mitchell de Jong that's looking to get his hands dirty in this one, try and get a couple of those passes complete, but still no change on the run down towards turn 11. We had a replay of that very big unsuccessful lunge there on the part of that Williams Esports Chill Blast. Almost got the pass complete, but simply did not happen. And now, at least on the live pictures, they're onto the back straight right now, and Kevin Ellis Jr. does have to be careful here when it comes to that braking zone of turn 12. Voss, does he decide to send it, or does he decide to wait in line? It looks like he's going to decide that the sending is possible into turn 12. Does he complete it this time? He does, slots himself ahead. Perfect pass there from Voss, and now de Jong is looking around the outside of Ellis Jr. coming through turn 13, turn 14, not exactly working his way through. Defensive there from Apex as de Jong tries to find a line very wide through turn 15, still not able to do anything.
Fantastic running there by all three of those drivers. By the way, it is worth noting that Gregor Hutu's got himself past Marcus Jensen and Team Redline Black past the Burst Esports Redline car. But this is a great battle going on for P number 6, 7 and 8 on track as we go on board with Mitchell de Jong, exit of the final corner, up the hill. Thomas Tatala is still in play as well. He's only 6 tenths to a second behind this battle, running in 9th place. De Jong, is he going to try and send one up the inside in towards turn number 1? The answer is going to be yes. Who's going to win this battle? Well, it's pretty easy actually. De Jong able to swing across the racetrack and move himself up into P number 7 right now. And Black Star Racing, Thomas Tatala, isn't that far, much further back either. So all of a sudden, I think that Kevin Ellis Jr. has kind of hit a bit of a cliff edge in his tyres.
Maybe just a bit here, as having a look at his lap times, he's he's doing okay compared to the rest of the double stinters, the rest of the double stinters, and he actually did take tires last time around. So this is not exactly ideal tire wear for Apex. Is actually further ahead. There's Burst Esports Redline on the double stinted tires, 3 wide on the way down in towards turn 11, and there's contact between themselves and the Coanda car. There we go. This car's turned around. Apex is around getting caught up in the aftermath there. What a confusing and horrible situation there down at turn 11.
Here's the replay. In towards the turn 12 here, Burst Esports Redline, and that was one of the Coanda cars. I believe that might have been Mitchell de Jong who came across him there. So is that another incident there caused by a Coanda driver here today? I want to get a better look at this angle. I need to get a better look, but as you say, we come into the corner, and yeah, that was Mitchell de Jong in the Coanda Simmersports car coming across the Burst Esports Redline car, and you got to again say that is an error done by Coanda.
Yeah, I'm just having a look, at least on my own onboard view. He just let it sort of drift towards that right-hand side of the track, and I understand that fact because you want to make the corner as wide open as possible, even when you're in a battle. But that was completely and utterly misjudged there by Mitchell de Jong. There's nothing really Marcus Jensen could have done about that one. He took the middle line. He's in the middle of a 3 wide. That's all he can do, and it's up to the drivers around him that they don't go directly into his lane.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr., I want to get a replay with him in just a moment's time because he got a big hit in all of that. And there is Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's have a look on board with him as he heads himself down in towards turn number 11. You're going to see. And Ellis Jr. tries to go, nothing he could have done differently there for Ellis Jr. A big shame by him. He's now down into 30th place and on pit road as a consequence. Suspension damage to that car by the looks of it.
Yeah, that is so unlucky there for Kevin Ellis Jr. Just the wrong place at the wrong time once that incident came through. If he was a little bit further ahead, maybe he'd be able to avoid it, narrowly miss it, but it was just not to be there for Kevin Ellis Jr., which is unfortunate there for the Apex Racing team here today, where they were looking to gain a relatively decent amount of points, but now that's gonna not be the case here right now. And well, when you consider that they are around about 15th in the point standings here, that does slightly put them under threat of not being able to make it into this series for next season. So that is now troubling. It's actually that Apex 99 car, it's just down on the pit lane. They're retired.
Yeah, sorry, I think we've had an issue involving Team Redline. And I'm just having a look. Yeah, indeed. There's been some technical issues, and it seems to be that anyone who's a finished driver has been involved in it. So we've had technical issues for, in particular, Team Redline Black car, because Christian Shimshak right now is on standby to get into that.
Yeah, that is a big issue. All of the drivers that we've seen have themselves a connection issue, it has to be said, have actually dropped from the server. So I guess take your complaints to any Finnish internet service providers for that one. That one's a bit awkward.
Blackstar Racing's involved in it as well.
Yeah, because all of their drivers are Finnish, aren't they?
Yeah, and we have talked about this before. How being all Finnish teams, I mean Glacier Racing's one that's in that as well, quite often. And I know that sometimes they have, literally, they turn the internet off and reset it for a few minutes. Not the actual internet, but of course the ISPs have to reset stuff, and they always do it normally at the night. But, well, that's a big one. We've lost as a consequence. More bad luck there for Team Redline. They were having a second good race in a row. That is going to be absolutely critical for them. And they're running the championship right now because they've dropped from being net P5 to being 27th place in this event, as Christian Shimshak has just got in the car.
Yeah, that is absolutely horrible there. I mean, and there's literally nothing you can do short of moving to a different country, like, and we're not going to ask drivers to do that. Yeah, that is a bit awkward. If you want a full list of the names affected, Christian Shimzak, we have Tatala, we have Yanakiru, we have Kadazoja, Gregor Hutu, and of course Kim Eriksson, that's unfortunately running into a couple of issues here. So that is pretty big there. That's unfortunate, but we don't have any control over it whatsoever, and they don't either.
Nah, there's something that we just don't know. And again, at the same time, I mean, I was going to say the person that's benefited most from the incident we saw a couple of laps ago was actually number 8 car, Mitchell de Jong. And there are a lot of people, I think, today a bit angry. So it's the nice way of saying it at Coanda. We're having a look actually at Apex Racing team number 95, Michelle Ritchie, just getting passed by the DriveX Esports Huckster's Huck's car. But I think now I count that 5 incidents on Coanda Sim Sports today that have actually been Coanda Sim Sports' doing.
Yeah, and you know, they have this long-held reputation of being one of, and still, you know, one of the fastest teams here on the iRacing service. And with that came a lot of respect, at least in, you know, a year or so ago. But it's, you know, it's not even just been this race, Will. It's been over the course of this, I guess, the sort of starting half of this year where they were just, picking up instants here and there in things like the Porsche Esports Super Cup and, of course, here as well, that some teams and some drivers have started thinking that maybe they're not all they're cracked up to be in terms of their racecraft, and that is quite a shocking thing to say when it comes to Coanda, but it's something that does have to be said. Maybe, I was going to say, maybe they're starting to feel threatened about some of the other teams, and, that's starting to, put them on edge a little bit, at least in terms of their other cars that are competing apart from the 81. I have no idea, but, it's what's happened, and we have to call it out.
Yeah, as we're going to see Sebastian Job in the Red Bull Racing Esports number 4 car. And again, we're being fair here, because, I've lost count of times that I've talked about the unforced errors and incidents and mistakes that Sebastian Job has made in commanding race positions in the past. So we give it out when we see it here, and again, half the internet have probably choked. Maybe that's the reason why Finnish internet all went down, Connie, because I've been being critical about Coanda Sim Sports today. Oh, it's not my fault. It is my fault.
Well, there we go. I've already made, enemies in the Finnish sim racing scene anyway. Remember when I said that Glacier Racing isn't the best Finnish team anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Black Star Racing is still just proving it right now, but there we go.
Yeah. As we're just keeping an eye out. By the way, thank you to everyone who's not only been involved in our social media chat here today on Twitch and on YouTube, but also everyone who's been keeping us entertained over the course of the season. We really do enjoy commentating on all the World Championship Series, but I often say as well, Connor, this is one that's a little bit different because it's a little bit longer racing, as we're going on board with Pasha Gergis in the number 1 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car. It's a longer race, it's a different type of race, a different type of commentary to what we can do and get away with in terms of things like the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which is action, action, action. And compared to even some of the NASCAR events, when there is always something going on, there are times here when we've got to play fill time a little bit more.
Yeah, if you want action, and focusing very hard specifically on the race, then go and watch the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Things work a little bit differently for this one. But, with this battle with the VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 1 car, of course, Pashalis just behind the wheel of that one. He's gotten himself involved in an incident already here today, which Coanda car hasn't, it has to be said. But P15 right now after starting P23, still a very positive thing to be looking at there for that VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 1 car. But MSI Esports Yellow directly ahead, and they're not the smallest of competitors. MSI have really come into their own this year, and looking to finish off the at least the endurance racing year in the World Championship sense with a bang. I will get my words in order, I do promise. If they're able to hold off the challenge here today.
Yeah, as a wonderful look there for the terrain here at Circuit of the Americas. Yeah, MSI Esports. I was thinking about the fact we haven't really talked as much about them today here, Connery, because normally we end up having some nice long conversations with them about them. But they've run a quiet race here, but they've got 1 car inside the top 10, that's a blue car, and a yellow car is currently running in 14th.
Yeah, it just seems to be like they're finally getting the solid results I think they deserve here, because they haven't really had the best of seasons. Just looking at the 24 MSI Esports car, they haven't even finished inside the top 10 just yet. They only had 1 finish inside the top 12. That was a P11 at Imola, excuse me. I saw Italian flag and immediately thought Monza, but no, that one's Imola. And, the other MSI Esports car is a little bit further down. The 27 hasn't finished inside the top 30 this season, and they're currently running in P14. That would be a huge boost.
Yeah, and we've also just worked out that you can do about 80% of the track here on 1 camera if you have the camera done perfectly. Thanks as ever, by the way, to Iswan Balau, Track Cams for Gourmets, trackcams22.com, for providing all of the cameras, allow me to have lots of fun at these races, as Bobby Zelensky there running in 20th place on track. Number 18 car's not had an issue today, has it? So there is 1 Coanda car. Connery's going through his notes. He's literally going through his notes right now, trying to displace me in terms of this one. You do that, and meanwhile, we're going to turn our attention over to the recovering Burst Esports Redline car, and Marcus Jensen, who's running in that 10th place. He's got MSI Esports Blue just ahead.
Yeah, he does, and still trying to work on that gap here, and with Burst Esports Redline being in the position that they're in right now, of course, they are still on those tyres that they started the race with right now, so I'm not exactly optimistic with them actually being able to get close and be able to make the pass here, although saying that, they are keeping themselves within a second here, but I just have to feel that that gap is simply just going to get away from them at this stage. You can see how much of a difference there is between the two cars coming through the triple right-hander. MSI Esports with the fresher rubber, but bear in mind that rubber is still about 23 laps old as we're coming towards the end of the second stint here. Just see how much of an advantage that they have, and I don't think this has really worked out here, at least for the second Burst Esports Redline car. The Burst Esports Black car currently still sat in P3, although they are very, very close to being passed right now by Williams Esports Chill Blast. They are there and they're ready and waiting to pass.
By the way, if anyone wonders where Jack is, we're assuming at this stage he has Finnish internet connection. Or he's been stealing it from Finland somehow. We're on board Alexander Voss in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car in one of the few Ferraris we've got in at this field. As well, he's going to make that pass complete. He's down to the inside, in towards turn number 11. He stays alongside, and we were hoping that he'd reach be passed by now, and he is. So up into third place then is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and again, great run by this Williams Esports car.
Very good. They started P16, and actually Umashima, he's going to catch up thanks to the draft. Yeah, big defensive move by Voss there, as Umashima, despite being on tyres about 55 laps old, looking around the outside at turn 12 to try and gain the position back, but that is always going to be in vain considering the state of the rubber, and now VRS Command Simsports number 8 are looking to pick up the pieces as well.
Yep, as there is Alexander Voss, and he's got himself a pass done. And of course, well, that did, them going side by side and all that, it allowed Mitchell de Jong to get a little bit closer. So Mitchell de Jong is now only about 4/7 of a second back in the number 8 Commander Simsports car. So the left-hander now in towards turn number 19. They come, and for some of these cars, due on pit road. Beneke is on pit road as we speak this time by. I was about to say we need to see the Apex car on pit road at some point soon, but we definitely do see Max Beneke coming into his pit stall. Going to get out the car, and he's going to hand it over, we assume, to Max Venig, which is what we're going to find out right about now. And indeed, it is Max Venig. He's getting in behind the wheel of that car.
Max changes out for Max there, and well, that will be the final stint that Pure Racing Team will have to do through this season now, and the same could be said for everyone that decides to pit for the final stint here. Coming into the final stint of the season, Mitchell de Jong still onto the back of that Burst Esports black car. Umashima doing very well despite the disadvantage that he has, trying to hold on to track position here, but this pass is going to be inevitable here for Mitchell de Jong. In towards 10-11, maybe. No, just gonna wait a little bit longer and maybe get it done down in towards turn 12 instead. Mitchell de Jong should, and I say should, be an easy position gained, but Umashima, he does have options to make it more difficult for him. A big block here down in towards turn 12 might be on the cards if he wants to hold position here. Mitchell de Jong, inside line, will be gifted away by Umashima. Side by side into the braking zone. Still very late on the brakes there by Umashima, but opens up the corner for de Jong to head his way through. Yeah,
de Jong gets past then. A little bit further back, by the way, Dravix Esports 3M getting into a battle with the Williams Esports Razor car. Well, actually, no, it's the other way around. Daniel Lafonte's been losing a bit of time recently. A 204.2 last time by the Dravix Esports 3M car. They've also now got the Red Bull Racing Esports car about a second back. So Red Bull Racing Esports came into this race third place in the championship. They're running 7th place in the event so far. The team second place in the championship are running in 3rd.
Yes, they are. So things, starting to evolve in terms of the point scoring positions here. Red Bull Racing Esports, though, really losing out in terms of the points to their competitors here in this race. We'll have to break out the calculators to see if they will even end up well, they definitely won't be able to drag themselves up into P2, but in terms of where Pure Racing Team is right now, PRT Red Car, well, they are currently, if I'm actually trying to find them on my timing screens, I cannot quite do that. That is very, very interesting indeed. They must have come down on towards the pit lane. They have, so that's Max
earlier.
Yeah, we did. So
max to max.
there we go. Yeah, I just needed to rejog my memory. It's absolutely fine. But we'll have to see what the order is once everyone else has come down on towards the pit lane. Then we can work out what the numbers will be to sort out who finishes where in terms of the point standings here today. Team First Esports Redline, similar C.DE Titan, they get themselves stopped in their pit box for their final stop of the season. And we're just about to hit the hour mark here. 3 minutes to go until that happens.
Yep, we're on board with CMRC.de for a brief moment. You've then got we've got an Apex Racing car that's been on pit road for a very long time. That's the one that got poorly a little bit early on, the number 99 car, after they got turned around down at turn number 11. That big incident that we had earlier on. They actually got the worst out of that one, Connie, because when they were trying to go around the incident, they basically got slammed in the side of the car by the spinning out, what's we call it, the First Esports car. So Apex really were the only team who had to retire because of that situation. But again, for them, I'm going to have to do the maths and get the calculators. I'm not going to use a calculator, I'll use an abacus to try and find a way of making sure they're top 20 players. I'm going to look into that one now as you carry on talking.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if anyone comes down in this time around, as the drivers just inside your top 5 actually missed pit lane this time around, so those guys not coming out in just yet. But someone who is, Williams Esports Chill Blast, just as they gain position over Burst Esports Black, they decide to hit the pit lane. Same with Red Bull Racing Esports as well, coming down in a little bit slightly early here, but as they'll aim to get themselves stopped in their pit box. We will have to see a driver change for the vast majority of your teams left in this race. Most drivers have double stinted most teams have double stinted their drivers for the first 1 and 2 stops, and then putting in a fresh set of legs, fresher arms behind the wheel of the car to go chasing here for the final hour of the season. Frederick Rasmussen behind the wheel of that Red Bull Racing Esports car for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Well, Alexander Voss, he hasn't quite got himself out of that car just yet. That's because he doesn't need to, because it was Keika Shube that took that car for the first stint of the race, so they're good in terms of the driver fair share for the end of this race. Tyres going on to Voss. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a big, bold move there by Niels Koch as he forced his way past Kazuki Umeshima. That one requires another look. That was down at turn number 11, of course, the corner that the other Burst Esports car had the issue at earlier on today. And yeah, that was bold, is a nice way of saying that by Niels Koch.
Yeah, it was a bit of an optimistic move, it has to be said, into the braking zone there, just getting himself into a little bit of a tangle with Umeshima. And you have to feel for Umeshima. His car has felt like it's a bit of a punching bag so far this race as he gets moved out of the way at turn 11. But he's still able to continue here. He does have the Team Redline black car that's currently a lap down behind him. That is so unfortunate there for Team Redline, with the whole Finnish internet situation that has affected a good couple of drivers here today. But we're just about 10 seconds away from getting onto that hour mark. Williams Esports Razor coming down onto the pit lane. That's the only one in that entire group that just had its way by the pit lane entry. So now is the time where those final stops really, really come to fruition.
Right, I've done the maths. Well, I've got part of the maths for Apex Racing Team. They're in 15th place coming into this race with 127 points. Now, 21st place coming into this race was 102 points. So it was close. There is a chance that because of that crash for the Apex Racing Team number 99, they have to re-qualify for next year. I mean, that's just that sour taste in your mouth there when you say something like that. As you can turn our attention over to simrc.de. That isn't nice. I'm just having to do a quick check here, Connie, to work out what everyone else around them is. I mean, the thing is, if there are people all behind or not doing well in the races, they might just survive, because 22nd place is Black Star Racing, of course, has been hit by the finish issue.
Yeah, and the Finnish issue of not finishing at where they should be. Okay, I'll show myself out. But more drivers down on the pit lane. Williams Esports Razor, they're coming towards the end of their pit stop here. They have taken tires. MSI Esports Yellow and the Apex Racing Team 95 currently having their pit stop service done. I'm just having a look to see if anyone's pulled off a cheeky burst esports strategy with the double stint here, but I don't think that's going to be the case, especially with the track temperature, the highest that we've seen it here today, 49 degrees Celsius out there. So yeah, there's going to be absolutely no chance if anyone wants to make these tires last. You know, it's simply not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen even when the track temperature was 45 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, just to give you up to date, by the way, I think that Apex might just be okay, only because of the fact that the COTA Racing Orange car, who are 20th place in the championship, are having a pretty miserable day. That we actually turn our attention over to them. There is Yeti Kuru, 58 minutes of this race remaining. And by the way, we've got driver changes, and it's Ricardo Castrolado getting in behind the wheel of the number 81 Commander Sim Sports car. And you've got Mitchell de Jong coming down pit road as we speak. We expect him to get out the number 8 car and to have someone else come in, as Daniel Lafonte now leads this race by virtue of not pitting just yet. So, well, say with a moment, DriveX Esports, because you are leading in our Racing World Championship event.
Absolutely, and well, it's just a matter of time before they come down on towards the pit lane, that is for certain. I'm having a look to see what the situation is going to be with the Burst Esports Black car, because, you know, they're extending the stint despite being on tires that are about 60 laps old at this point. I would have thought they came down a little bit earlier to be able to at least get some security onto that car that the fresh rubber provides, but Umashima is still keeping with it out there, just making this stint as long as he can, and maybe finally get some fresh tires on that car and have the fresher tires off everyone for the final stint, which would be quite a change, it has to be said, but we'll have to see if that is exactly the strategy they're going with here. We have the DriveX Esports number 29 car on the lane as well. No one going for anything out of the ordinary, it has to be said here, as you know, we're still waiting for around about the top 5 cars to come down and get their pit stop service done.
Yep, they are DriveX Esports 3M, Burst Esports Black, DriveX Esports Scalpers, SimmerCube NX Racing Blue, SimmerCube NX Racing Red. And remember, last time around, SimmerCube NX Racing Red went longer than anyone else in that first stint, so it might still be a while before we see them come on towards pit road. Daniel Lafonte is 29 laps into a stint right now as he comes down in towards turn number 20, and he's going to stay out and do another one.
Another one. That'll actually officially log him as leading a lap here, as the iRacing timing works, as just as drivers come across the start-finish line rather than the active gaps between the cars out there on track right now. Meanwhile, actually out there on circuit, Umashima was just having to make space for the number 18 Commander Sim Sports car, which someone jokingly referred to the number 18 car as the back marker Commander. I think it was actually Jon Jens that made that joke, but there we go. He actually drives that car, so I believe he's quite right to be able to say that. But right now we do have NX Racing Blue. They've decided to head their way in from P4 out there on track. They'll get themselves cycled back in this situation. Still waiting for that DriveX Esports 3M car to come in. Same with Umashima, who's currently just getting swamped by pretty much everyone at this stage. Those tires are completely and utterly gone, and still trying to struggle with them out there. I have to wonder how much that is actually accomplishing here.
Yeah, you're right. He's losing. Well, he's not going to be losing as much time as he would have done earlier with Kazuki Umashima. His last time was 205. Actually, no, I say that 205.747. Yeah. That's a slow lap time. I mean, the amount of tyre wear they must be having now is unbelievable. By the way, Robin Friskops is now behind the wheel of the SimmerCube NX Blue car. As there's a look at the track conditions. 49 degrees Celsius, will not quite hit 50. 121 degrees Fahrenheit is the track temperature. 75 degrees Fahrenheit in the air. I mean, we almost hit 50 degrees. I think we're about a half a centigrade away here, Connery.
I'm just having a look at the timing screen, my third-party timing screen that actually tells me such things. We've got 49.4 right now, so you're just 0.1 of a degree off of
Close enough.
there. Close enough, yeah, close enough indeed. But DriveX Esports 3M, they have stayed out again another lap, so they'll get another lap logged as being the race leader here. But Kazuki Yamashima, he's had enough of those tires that have done 62 laps here. Finally going to get some respite from all of that, having to drive with a criminally slow car.
We've got a fight going on. It's between second and third place in the championship. Matt Backham on the outside line in towards turn number 12. And, well, Freddie Rasmussen now in behind the wheel of the Red Bull Racing Esports car, but messes up the exit of the corner, and that allows Kalana to work around the outside into 13. Be careful, guys. And Freddie Rasmussen able to hold on to the position for a moment. That one deserves another quick look as they headed themselves down in towards turn number 12. It was the outside line, Freddie Rasmussen going defensive into turn 12, but then I'm not quite sure. I think Freddie just rolled out the gas pedal, got a little bit of snap oversteer in corner exit, and that allowed that one to change. By the way, Burst Esports Black, Amari Bonduel in behind the wheel of the number 96 car, who I don't think we've seen all season, Connery.
Yeah, I don't think we have. Here comes another opportunity, though, for Mac Backham over the Red Bull Racing Esports car. Rasmussen versus Backham up the hill into turn 1, back down again, and Backham still can't find a way through right now. They are relatively equal in terms of their tires, just 2 laps separating them in the strategy here, so has to be everything equal between these two. Of course, now Mac Backham really trying to make a good finish of it for that number 8 VRS Sim Sports car, because yes, he can finish behind the Red Bull Racing Esports car and still finish ahead of them in the championship. Rasmussen needs to go absolutely insane in the final 50 minutes if he wants to pass a good couple of cars up the road and make that championship battle a little bit more interesting. But Backham, he's basically racing for pride at this stage, and you know, that's sometimes what drivers get caught up in. Sometimes it does end in tears, but we'll just have to see what happens here between these two.
I think that you're going to get a tweet from Freddie Rasmussen saying the name Rasmussen and insane in the same sentence there already. Of course, anyone who's got these drivers on social media will know, as Backham perking out there late, will know that Freddie Rasmussen has a very interestingly active Twitter account, shall we say, Red Bull Racing Esports. And well, I know Red Bull like to have personalities, but his Twitter certainly is a fun one to read at times. But I mean, again, you've got two actually. Again, I've got to word this in the right way, but you've got 2 of the more aggressive drivers here between Matt Backham and Freddie Rasmussen running on track here. So this one is either going to give us a fantastic bit of racing for the next, well, 50-odd minutes, or it's going to end in tears. I don't think there's going to be a kind of middle ground here.
Oh, if these guys get into a tangle after the during this race, then there's going to be a similar tussle on Twitter, I suspect, as well, where both of them having fairly active Twitter accounts when it comes to calling out things they believe has gone wrong for them and wasn't their fault, shall we say. But up in towards turn 1, Backham very deep on the brakes, big inside move there. Rasmussen not expecting that one at all. The Red Bull car can fight on the outside, though, down towards turn 2. That'll give him the inside line here. Is he able to slot himself ahead? But a big warning shot fired by Backham. Yeah,
as they come underneath the Tequila Patron bridge there, that also deserves a second look. Got to be careful with these replays, because by the time we get back to live footage, something else is going to happen. But here we are, we're on board with Matt Backham in towards turn number 1, and it was very late. And in fact, Backham didn't go down to the inside until after Freddie Rasmussen broke for the corner. They're coming in towards turn number 11. Right now, in towards the left-hander they will come. And, well, let's go back on board, shall we? With Matt Backham in the number 8 VRS Commander Sim Sports car versus Frederick Rasmussen in the number 4 Red Bull Racing Esports car. Backham looking to the outside again, in towards turn number 12. Freddie's not making it easy for him. They stay side by side in towards turn number 12. The last time this was close, Freddie couldn't get out the corner properly. This time he gets a much better run.
Yeah, very well defended there from Rasmussen. Backham all locked up onto the back bumper of that Rebel Racing Esports car ahead of them, still similarly close. Coming through turn 15, it is BMW versus BMW here, so no differences at all in terms of the machinery that these two drivers have. It's just how you set them up. And now towards the final couple corners of the lap here, they still have a huge amount of time to be able to get this battle sorted. So we might be in this one for the long run, but as it stands, it does seem like Mac Backham has the pace advantage over Rasmussen here. But whether that'll be the case later on in the stint, that still remains to be seen. As they come across the line on towards lap number 64, then Backham not as close this time as he was last lap to be able to make this move. Is he going to go for it anyway? Nope, just going to go pretty deep on the brakes there. But Backham really keeping himself in contention here.
Yeah, there's a look then as the drivers sweep themselves through turn number 2, turn number 3, underneath the Tequila Patron bridge they come once again. Please drink responsibly. By the way, SimCube NX Racing Red now lead the race. They've done 30 laps on this stint, and they probably can go for another couple of laps as well. So they lead this race for the second time here today, although Ricardo Castrolado in the number 81 car is only, I say only, 6.1 seconds back, and they have, of course, a pit stop in hand. And then it's 6.7 seconds gap between Ricardo Castrolado and Pure Racing Team Red. I haven't got the time for them, for Pure Racing Team Red, as to whether or not they need to do a final pit stop here, a splash and dash of sorts. We'll find that one out probably in the next 20 minutes or so, but it's looking actually that they might be able to make it to the end.
Yeah, I believe they should be fine. Rebel Racing Esports Quanda, though, again, very close in towards turn 12. That's a big look there from Backham in through turn 13. I love this section of racetrack. It just gives you so many opportunities to try and head your way through side by side, and gives the person under attack lots of opportunities to try and get one back over his competitor as well. I would love to see more sections like that on more modern racetracks, but I know with Tilker existing that maybe it might not happen.
Yeah, New Zandvoort, I'm still hoping is going to be really fun to race out. And hopefully they won't touch that track too much. Into turn 20 again. Let's go on board again with Mac Backham as they work up the hill. In all of this, we have forgotten about the fact that Williams Esports Razor is only 6 times per second back. It was only when I was looking at it again, a lunge by Backham into turn number 1. It was only when I was actually looking at the video mirror, because they don't actually have rear view mirrors in these cars, the video rear view mirror on board with Backham, that I noticed that bright green of Andre Borcha.
Yeah, absolutely. So Borja really going to be a big threat maybe in this battle. He has been gaining a huge amount of time over these guys over the last couple of laps. It was about half a second into the gap last time around. So Borja becoming a very, very big threat to these guys. And now Rasmussen and Backham do have to be careful about the threat that Williams Esports Razor poses coming into the sort of second third of this final stint here. You can just see how Borja is really, really catching up at this stage. Not really getting the greatest of launches, though, off of turn 11. That will stunt him a little bit when it comes to being close into turn 12. And, well, the gap between Red Bull and Commander right now just a little bit larger than we've seen into turn 12 than over the past couple of laps. But Backham, look at how deep on the brakes he goes. He just brings that nose all the way back to the rear diffuser of that Red Bull Racing BMW ahead of him. And now it is back to what we've seen over the last 2 laps. It's them being nose to tail.
Yeah, no Punterino, please. This is, again, it's got the option to be fascinating or end in fireworks and tears and shouting matches, and it's one of the reasons why we don't broadcast the audio from the drivers, because half of it probably would be unbroadcastable. And we haven't got a bleeper like they have for Formula 1. Have you noticed, by the way, Formula 1, they're far more sweary than they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the influence of Liberty Media, perhaps, maybe. Unless you're just talking about the drivers just...
The drivers are becoming...
Just swearing.
Yeah, the more foul language. I mean, I know James Hunt back in the day always used to be very Oh! Again, he does it again. He just rolls right to the back.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit him, but just rolls within about a third of a car length.
Yeah, he's really, really trying to maximize the braking performance that he has. He's a lot more brave when it comes into those heavy braking zones. And, well, if you're Fredrik Rasmussen, you have to be a little bit scared about that. But because what if he does that, but he's just going to dive himself down the inside and you're not really able to do anything about it. That's the thing that might just be lurking in Rasmussen's head right now at this stage. But just still sitting in that position just about 6-7 tenths of a second back. I think he's aware of what has been happening between these guys and just doesn't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when it comes to an incident.
Although Borch is an opportunist. I mean, he always has been. Andre, of course, at one point, if I remember correctly, was a part of VRS COTA Simsport. He's one of the few drivers to have been a part of the team, to have left the team over the last few years, and of course now races for Williams Esports Razor. I'm still not entirely sure whether it was a falling out between those two teams or not, and you can just see that all of a sudden now Borch is the one running later onto the brakes. And I'm wondering as well, you think Freddie Rasmussen might try brake checking and back him to give the opportunity to Borch to make a move?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's he'll probably call me out on Twitter for this, but it is in his character to try something like that. But yeah, I'm prepared for the flood in my Twitter mentions. But there we go. Mac Backham, though, he's had a couple opportunities already. He hasn't really been able to capitalize on any of them that have been handed to him so far. Needs to use that. He needs to basically set up these moves now, because every single time where he's brought himself right up to that rear diffuser, he's been, you know, a good couple of car lengths back. If he can just stay 1 or 2 back, then he can use that braking performance to actually be able to try and make a move. Will it happen here into turn 1? It's going to be pretty close. And there's the big send then from Mac Backham down the inside of Rasmussen. A contact between the two of them. Rasmussen semi-spin there on the exit of turn 1. That's Borja heading their way through for Williams Esports as well. Rip Twitter, I suppose.
We knew this was going to, it was a possibility that this was going to happen. Here's the replay, turn number 1. Now, at the point of contact, there we are there. Actually, in this one, you're going to say that Freddie Rasmussen came down a little bit into the inside of the corner over Matt Backham. I mean, Backham made it clear his intentions going into the corner. It's a maybe 50-50 one. You've got to think that when you're racing against certain drivers, there's always going to be a bit of room that needs to be given. But let's have a look again in towards turn number 1.
Rasmussen gave the space. He gave more than the car's width of space on that inside curb.
He did. Backham didn't actually push it down as much as he needed to. I mean, if you're going to run the inside line at COTA, I do agree here. If you are going to run the inside line into turn 1 at COTA, you've got to make sure you hold that inside line.
Yeah, you have to. You have to get yourself as tight to the curb as well, because of course the driver on the outside is going to squeeze you a little bit. Of course, Rasmussen, you know, it was going to be close coming through the middle of the corner there, but there's still enough space for Backham to be able to maneuver. It's not like he was like cut down over the curb or whatever to try and stop him from getting past. So that one's a bit of a contentious one there. It's arguably a missed apex there from Mac Backham that has resulted in that one. So that one's pretty tough for Coanda. But again, Will, it's another time where a Coanda car has been involved in the incident, and it's been the Coanda car's fault.
Yeah, and it's not been their day, and I don't know what it is. And again, I know that Coanda are having an incredibly busy couple of weeks coming up with VRS having a stand at Sim Racing Expo and Coanda being there. So many of their drivers taking part in the Porsche Sim Racing Trophy, and also them in the Digital 500, as well as 3 of their drivers then going to Frankfurt in a couple of weeks' time. But that doesn't excuse the racecraft issues. And I mean, the reason why we're going to harp on about this so much today is because normally it's the opposite with Coanda. They are the team that stay out the way, that don't make issues. Now, in this championship, they've had more issues than normal, but I can't remember at a time when I've seen a day like this with so many issues for a team like Coanda being involved in so much. And it's one of those things that, because of what has happened in the first hour of this race, it makes the incidents in the last part that we just saw, for example, it's automatically triggering us to look at things a different way to how we might have done otherwise.
Could this actually... Hang on, I have to get the calculator out. Because Red Bull Racing Esports team, now they're MP6. Pure Racing Team Red, they're MP2. Those two are P3 and P4 in the championship. I'm just having a look to see if anything will change here. I don't think it will, but it will be interesting to see how close it actually is.
Yeah, it would have required the number 4 team to basically be punted out the race for Pure Racing Team to get the position up. PRT Red are at 288 points, 344 points for Red Bull Racing Esports. So it's close, but not that close. And we're on board right now with Andre Borcher in the Ferrari 488 versus the BMW of Mac Backham. Coanda Sim Sports battle for 4th place on track. And the thing is, of course, at the start of the race, Rogers gave the position back to Gregor Hooter and the Team Redline Black car because he was able to do so. Because of the fact that Borcher's gone through, I mean, Backham probably wouldn't give the place back anyway, because he would probably say, well, you know, it was a racing incident, but you have no opportunity really to do so in this situation either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just confirming it now. It doesn't really change anything in the championship. There's still a bit of a points gulf between Red Bull Racing Esports and Pure Racing Team, so they won't lose the position in the standings to them. So, I don't know. It just doesn't really affect things. So Mac Backham, in a way, knowing that, he could just give up the position just as some sort of sportsmanship spiel and maybe apologize for the way Kwanzaa has been throughout this race, perhaps. But you know, it's not what we like to see. It's a mistake on the part of the driver of Mac Backham, and it would be nice to see him give up the position, but then again, at this point, he'd have to also let Williams Esports Razor through, which I'm not sure he'll be up for that.
Now, there are people asking about the fact that it's the last race of the season. What penalties can you give in the last race of the season? Normally, because, of course, the races are reviewed post-race for this championship, as well as the iRacing World Championship for 2019. But what we've seen in years previous, Connery, penalties roll over to the following year, particularly because of the fact that these are two teams who are automatically qualified for next year. The other option could be a time penalty, could be a points penalty, but I can't remember actually seeing a points penalty. I am, though, going to go and have a look at the logs to see whether or not any of these teams are on their final warnings, because that would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be particularly interesting. I don't actually have the access to that spreadsheet, so thanks for letting me know that one exists. But there we go. Just having a look. Williams Esports Razor. They're currently sitting around about 0.5 of a second behind that VRS Command Sim Sports number 8 car. So now Borcher trying to really catch up to the back of that car of Backham, and Backham, he's going to have a little tiny bit of damage to that BMW. It's not really going to affect him, all things considered, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. But Borger, he saw all that happen in front of him, and now might just end up being a little bit more careful with Backham. Okay,
so the interesting news is there are 4 teams who are currently on their final warnings. Red Face Racing by JRT. They're out the event. They had that crash earlier when they decided to go over one of the yellow sleeping policeman curbs at the S's. TX3 by Thrustmaster. They are down in 24th. Actually, we're looking at them right now because of the fact that they are battling out with Zenith Esports Kryptonite. Williams Jim White are on their final warning. And then the other team, guess what it is, Connery?
Go on.
Commander number 8. So, this could be very interesting as to see what the penalty would be being on a final warning already. It's worth noting that Red Bull Racing Esports are not even on a warning at all. There's a number of teams: Dream Factory, Williams Team White, Pure Racing Team Black, Zenith Esports Kryptonite, Corsair Racing Black, Beeler Racing Team Runix, Burst Esports Redline, Venevelson Racing White, and Williams Esports BenQ, who are on warnings, but there's only 4 teams on a final warning.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see/hear what happens. Of course, it's not going to affect things for the championship. I think that's pretty much a given at this stage, unless there is some 0.0001% chance of disqualification, but that's simply not going to happen if history is to be believed. But yeah, I mean, it's not that we don't really hear a lot about the stewarding decision. We basically hear about it not too long before the start of the next race. We don't tend to hear about things after the race, so maybe we won't hear about it, maybe we won't.
Yeah, maybe there'll be some interesting situations at Sim Racing Expo. I really don't actually. I say I really don't want to see a fight at Sim Racing Expo. It'll be great to commentate on. But
yeah, because you're a big WWE fan, so you know if something like that happens there, then maybe you can actually get into commenting on that as well.
Yeah, first wrestling commentary it would actually be. So on board the DriveX Esports 3M, and well, we talked earlier on about the fact they needed to put a race together. They've done just that with that 3M car right now. Fantastic job by the 312.
Yeah, and they're on the, basically having a look at the, well, apart from Simca Vinix Racing Red, they're on the fresher tyres of anyone for this final stint. So they have positions to chase, yeah, potentially, and they're actually getting pretty close to the back of the Red Bull Racing Esports car that has been, well, at least over the last couple of laps, been in the wars. And now Frederick Rasmussen has a little bit of defending to do, arguably, as Roque Garcia. Sitting in his slipstream at the moment on the way down the back straight towards turn 12, so that's going to be a bit of an issue for him, and might end up, helping out Pure Racing Team Red just a little bit in terms of that points battle. I think even if he falls back these 2 positions, he still will be clear in terms of the championship, but you never know what might happen in these battles. Red Bull Racing Esports might get spun around again, or even worse, hit a barrier. I'm not trying to curse them here, touch wood. That's my new desk, by the way. I have a new desk. Yeah, this is not the situation that Rasmussen really wants to be in. I think he just wanted a calm run to the end to just try and calm himself down, but now he's going to have to fight. That's
right, I also knocked on wood. Still got that Oak Furnitureland commercial stuck in my head. Anyone in the UK, there's a certain number of commercials that will always stick in your head. The Oak Furnitureland one, when they go knocking on wood, is one of them. This is what we need to be talking about when we get to Sim Racing Expo next week, when we do all the other stuff. Let's skip the racing. Let's talk about Britishisms is one of them. The key one always being complete the following phone number here, Connery. 0800 00
1066.
There we are. And I could ask Jack exactly the same question and he would get it correct. But let's go back to the racing. We've got little battles going on. And MSI Esports Blue, again, a team that you talked about early on in this event, having some issues this season. Great performance by MSI today.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It seems like this final race, is where all the teams that have been hard done by certain issues, certain incidents throughout the rest of the rounds of the season, have finally gotten themselves at least a decent race and finished where they should be. It's definitely a positive thing, I guess, psychologically, and I mean, with some of these points. Oh, that's a big Sen Sanchez! What in the hell? That was so far back. Well avoided there by Roque Garcia, but what?
Yeah, there's a replay coming up. I want to see this one again. I mean, he's 5-6 car lengths back at this point.
Oh my god, what the hell?
That's dive bomb of the year.
Yeah, so someone clipped that on Twitch, that's for certain, but that is an absolute send. If you wanted a definition of send it, then just link them this clip. That's basically what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, 6+ car lengths back. He does lock the brakes up. I mean, the fact that he managed to get it stopped anyway, I mean, shows the quality of the driving, but wow. Alejandro Sanchez there, giving us a bit of entertainment. You know what? We're going to reward you of that, Alejandro. We're going to do a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Let's stick it on board the MSI Esports Blue car. We're back here, ladies and gentlemen, on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network. Thank you to everyone who's watched this race and, of course, the season to date here on YouTube Gaming and on Twitch TV. I keep on wanting to say Facebook Live, Connery, but I can't.
Yeah, about that.
It wasn't our fault.
It wasn't, for once.
For once, it was Facebook's fault. Anyone wondering where the iRacing Facebook page is, just ask Facebook for that one. Not our fault, we promise. On board of Matt Backham right now. Andre Borcher has got past Matt Backham, by the way.
Yeah, he has. So that's a gain of position there for the Williams Esports Razor car while we were on our lovely fan immersion with the sounds of the MSI Esports Porsche, and that Porsche just sounds absolutely crazy. And I was watching the small clip that iRacing did from Lime Rock Park while they were doing all their stuff over there, and just even in that video, hearing the difference between the Porsches and literally every other car is absolutely insane. You just get deaf if you're just standing next to one of these things.
Yeah, the Porsches are just incredible cars, incredible beasts. Although saying that, the Ferraris, when I've been to the 6 hours of Spa twice, there's always the Ferraris that you could hear from the opposite side of the track first, because they have that high-pitched whine, so to say. It's a shame that there's only 5 Ferraris in this field. Of course, the Williams Esports racer car Andre Borcher is one of them. I just absolutely love that Ferrari, and we'll go on board with it. Of course, I love it in the night with the kind of purple hue and everything inside.
Yeah, that is just adds a little bit of colour to the interiors and that racing. But right now, having a look at just sort of the gaps that are happening out there on circuit, Williams Esports Razor, they are pulling out a decent margin over VRS and Sim Sports. Of course, we have to pay attention to Red Bull Racing Esports as well, because they have a couple of piranhas on their tail, I suppose. That's Rocky Garcia from DriveX Esports 3M and MSI Esports Alejandro Sanchez as well. So Red Bull may just be coming under threat here. They lost about 0.3 of a second on that last lap to both of the teams behind them. So they're going to have a little bit of action here at the end of the race. They might just struggle to hold on to a P6.
Yeah, Red Bull Racing Esports is Frederick Rasmussen. We'll keep an eye out on that one. We're also keeping an eye out on Burst Esports Black in 9th place with Amari Bundul behind the wheel of the car. You see, because I've not said his name all season, it's really hard for me to get it right first time. Amari Bundul. Jürgen Frank is in 10th place in the SimRC.de Titan car. Then you got yourself Juan Cigara in the DriveX Esports Scalpers car, running in 11th place. So there are some nice little battles going out here to close the season.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we like to see inside the final 25 minutes of this one. Of course, SimRC.de Titan and Burst Esports Black might be a cause for contention here. Of course, Burst Esports finally getting themselves fresh rubber after that very long double stint at the first 2/3 of the race. Jürgen Frank, though, a little bit more standard here for SimRC.de Titan. Not going to go for the move into turn 12 just yet, but certainly seems to have the capability to do so. Maybe next time around he'll be a little bit closer to be able to make that move stick, although Bonduel really pushes wide there, going through turn 13 and 14, but really doesn't suffer because of it. Frank's still in contention, though, to be able to pull this pass off.
Two Porsches and, in fact, 3 Porsches there in a row, Connery, because you've got yourselves the Burst Esports Black car is a Porsche, the SimRC.de Titan car is a Porsche, and the car in 11th place, a DriveX Esports Scalpers car, also a Porsche, as SimRC.de looking down to the inside in towards turn number 1, and that's how you're supposed to run the corner, and SimRC.de got the pass done. Textbook, in fact, so much so, let's put it back up and show everyone how you should run the inside line at turn number 1.
Yeah, Mac, if you're listening, well, he can't be because he's driving behind the car, but, if you're watching the replay after this, this is how you make a pass into turn 1. Easy down the inside for Jürgen Frank. Clip that curb a little bit on the inside. Got himself all the way past.
Easy. Bish.
I think people have realised I'm being facetious now.
Bish, bash, bosh. Done. That sounds like a Gordon Ramsay recipe. Bish, bash, bash. Done. But Rookie Garcia, the DriveX Esports 3M car. This is going to be the interesting one because I don't know if there's any damage at all to Freddie Rasmussen's car after that spin. I don't see much damage to it, but you suspect that there might be a tiny bit of a suspension tweak or something.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. I'm not really seeing anything in terms of the bodywork right now. The diffuser looks all okay as well, so the only possible damage would be to knock one of those wheels a little bit out of alignment, so it'll be having a bit of a inadvertent toe to the rear end of that car. But Rocky Garcia really trying to put in hard yards here in the final half an hour of this race to be able to make this pass happen, or just the possibility of the pass happen out of the final corner. And this might be one of the points of contention here up and towards turn 1, as it has been throughout the entire race so far in so many battles. Drivers preferring to dive it in very deep down that inside. And it's one of the best corners, I guess, on any motorsports calendar to do that, because of the fact that you are going uphill, you have gravity helping you brake. Yeah,
it's even getting better news here for DriveX, because the Scalper's car we saw on the RaceSpotTV replay getting past Burst Esports Black. So now you don't have a Burst Esports car inside of the top 10 because of the fact that the Burst Esports Black's car is in 11th place, Burst Esports Redline in 12th, but you now got 2 DriveX cars inside the top 10. That's fantastic news for them.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant, and they'll, be celebrating at the end, and maybe definitely if they can get that number 55 DriveX Esports car in above the cut line, because they are sitting 28th in the point standings, and finishing where they are, they'll gain a huge bunch of points. That might just edge them into that into the series for next year. So what a time to have a very good performance. But here we go, DriveX Esports 3M then, that leading DriveX Esports car, looking down the inside of Rasmussen. Rasmussen pushes all the way wide. Back onto the racing circuit he goes, inside line for turn 13. Garcia trying to hold things around that outside, is still in contention here. Is he going to send it up to 10-15? Is it going to be defended? It is from Frederick Rasmussen. And now Sanchez also looking to get himself involved in this trio of Porsches. In that duo of Porsches, one of them being a BMW at the front of the field. I've completely butchered that, but through the triple right-hander they go, still all line astern.
It's taking part that counts, Connery, it's okay. You still get your participation award here. But Rookie Garcia taking the IndyCar line through turn number 19 there. Of course, there is an incident limit, which is 36 for this race, for the 3 hours. You've got to be careful as Rookie Garcia running over the DRS board on the exit of turn 20. He gets a good run as they will now come down in towards turn number 1. Very defensive line being taken by Freddie Rasmussen in towards turn number 1. Outside line then being taken by DriveX, and well, that was close there by Freddie.
Yeah, that's very, very close indeed, and Rasmussen's not going to be impressed by the fact. Oh, there we go. Sanchez now having a big look into the S's section. This will allow Red Bull to get away a little bit. Both these drivers have compromised lines coming through there. Which way Sanchez going to go? He has a gap that very quickly closes through turn 6 there, through turn 7 now, and look at how much that Red Bull have benefited off of that. They've gotten themselves a pretty healthy gap right now. Whether it be healthy enough for 20 minutes, that is probably not going to happen, but it gives them a bit of breathing room.
I think someone just needs to tell Rookie Garcia to calm it down a little bit, because it was very scruffy through 19-20. And Freddie Rasmussen, Sanchez again, then looking on the outside, inside even, it's going to be now, as they head themselves down towards turn 12. But Rookie Garcia, he just had a couple of bad corners, I think, at 19 and 20. Got a little bit too aggressive, and his line was all over the place even before Alejandro Sanchez got alongside him partially into the S's, and now into turn number 12. They're side by side again, and it looks as though this time by Rookie Garcia should be able to cover it. Alejandro Sanchez can't take it around the outside then, but in the space of half a lap, Freddie Rasmussen's gained 1.1.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all that he wants to see in his rear view and his wing mirrors. These guys just scrapping it out and allowing him to pull out a gap here where he couldn't do so otherwise under any normal circumstances. So now it looks like Garcia has been able to defend the move here from Sanchez. Actually pulled out a gap on him coming through that triple right-hander. So now he can start to shift his focus forward once again and try and get back onto the back of Rasmussen. But 17.5 minutes as they head their way across the line to be able to sort this one out. Still to play for P6, 7, and 8 here, Will.
Yeah, meanwhile, Harrison Finch in the Burst Esports red line car has had an issue, and he gets punted big time by the MSI Esports yellow car, which had Alex Dinsana in there. But Harrison Finch there, I mean, he just literally got turned around in 13.
Yeah, it was a big old switchback move for Ardizana, but blow in the middle of the corner, there was that Burst Esports red line car. He's well entitled to do that, considering his line into the corner. It's the responsibility of the car behind not to run into the back of him, as Ardizana has done so. And I think that will be yet another thing to look at after the race.
Yep, there is Ardizana there in the number 27 car. We can say it correctly that time. But you just see running into the rear there of Harrison Finch. There's almost no excuse for that one. For the MSI Esports yellow car. From one MSI car to the other car. Let's go back to the blue car, the number 24 machine, on board of them as they head themselves down towards turn number 12 again. 2 tenths of a second back. And we've seen Sanchez do big lunges already today. He's going to the outside in towards turn number 12. And going wide a little bit on corner exit is Rookie Garcia. And that allows Sanchez to try and take the outside line into 13, but not able to do anything. But again, whilst this is happening, it's giving Freddie Rasmussen some breathing room.
Yeah, absolutely. Sanchez really wanting to get a move on here. He wants to be the one ahead of the DriveX Esports car to be able to challenge Red Bull here. So MSI, potentially finishing P6 in this race would be an absolutely fantastic performance indeed. So we'll just have to see how this one goes here. We know for a fact that Rasmussen, if these guys behind aren't fighting, he is the slowest of the 3 of them here. But Sanchez just seems so desperate. He's going for every single little opportunity that arises. Any gap, half a lane, full lane that Garcia leaves, he's just thinking, ooh, I can go in there, I can go in there, I can go in there. But at some point, here comes the big send. I was just going to say it, in towards turn 1. Sanchez, we've seen him try something like this already, and it's not going to work out this time around. Yet more time goes the way of Red Bull Racing Esports. Sanchez still trying to have a look in towards turn 3 and 4, the start of the S's section then. Can Sanchez find a way through? It's inordinately unlikely to be able to do so coming through the S's section.
Yeah, really close battling going on between these two then, as they lost another second to Frederick Rasmussen as a consequence. So it's a case of they both think that they're faster than the Red Bull Racing Esports driver, but because they're fighting so heavily, none of them is going to get the chance to potentially take the fight in the last 14 minutes or so. So that is the state of play with, say, 14 minutes and change remaining in this event, and of course in the season here. Just wanted to show you the movers and shakers in your field here today. And, well, 13 places up for Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're your biggest movers inside the top 12. Red Bull Racing Esports are up 12 places after what they can describe as a pretty abysmal qualifying. But your biggest losers, well, Team Redline Black are one of them, Connie, but of course they got the issues with finish connectivity today.
Yeah, and of course they're not the only team. They had, of course, various representatives of Fenderval. We had the Black Star Racing team as well. So, it's tough to see, and it's tough to even deal with if you're the driver. I can't really even imagine being in that situation at this level where you're racing in one of the top series here on iRacing and something like that happens. Of course, I've had it happen in the normal racing that I do, but nothing like this. And that's got to be a very tough one to take indeed. But you just have to race with what you're given sometimes, and there's no other better explanation than having to deal with that in endurance racing. Because remember, at least on the real life side of things, you do have mechanical failures and technical failures and whatever. So it may be an unwelcome substitution for that, but at least you can justify it in that sort of context.
I had it happen once negatively to me, and I was in an by the way, Dream Factory Panaceo there, battling it out with Zenith Esports Kryptonite, and I think Zenith were able to get the position completed there. As we go back to MSI Esports Blue, I was doing an IndyCar race at Texas, and I was pretty much leading by a lap, and then I had a tiny little outage, which meant that I didn't get counted for a lap, and ended up being from almost a lap ahead to being behind everyone.
Yeah, I've had the situation where I have had my wheel completely and utterly disconnect, and that for some reason forced it to full lock to the left. I guess it's resetting its value to 0 or something like that, and then it's applied both of my throttle and my brake pedals to full at the exact same time, and I guess you can imagine what happened after that. That wasn't a great time.
By the way, from Vendavel, they're saying that they would have lost P6 in the championship because of that. And to talk about the negative side of that, that's $1,000 they're going to lose.
Yeah, that is a very, very tough one indeed. Of course, with the increased prize pool for this series for this year, of course, because of the big sponsorship of things like the eNASCAR series and Porsche Esports Super Cup, those going to 100k and funded by NASCAR and Porsche respectively, that allows iRacing to put a little bit more into the sorts of, I guess, the B-tier World Championship races. It's kind of tough saying that, but it is what it is in terms of the prize pools. To try and help these guys along, and that's got to be tough. I mean, a little bit of depending on how their prize pool sharing is in the team, that's going to be like I guess at least $300 per driver they're not seeing at the end of the season.
That's potentially taking a set of drivers to an event like Sim Racing Expo. Is the simplest way of saying that, because I mean that's the cost of MSI really aggressive there over the sleeping policeman in P number 8. But flight, for example, from Finland to Germany, you're looking at about $300.
Yeah, I mean, depending on where you are, of course. But unless you go with certain airlines which can do it very cheaply, like we've decided to do, and
there's nothing
just
wrong
travel
with
with hand
Eurowings.
luggage.
There's nothing wrong with Eurowings. I love them.
Hey, we have to like be on the good side of Ofcom here and see other airlines are available.
Yes, some of them may or may not be on strike at the moment, so we'll take Eurowings. Or German Wings, of course, or Lufthansa, or anything a part of the Lufthansa group. Maybe they'll sponsor us one day. MSI Esports Yellow, by the way, after having a little punting session earlier on, they're down to the inside of the other Burst Esports black car, and they've got that move scored complete. Then you probably would be thinking, Connery, if you're Burst Esports over the radio, so that's the MSI car, just let them through.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the history of a couple of drivers here, a couple of teams, sometimes how a certain team or a certain driver reacts to certain situations, and that might factor into how you approach the racing with them. And when you have a very aggressive driver like Artisana is, then maybe you're going to be a little bit more cautious when it comes to the sorts of heavy defending moves, unless you really want to find him right inside your rear bumper, spinning across the corner. But there we go. It didn't happen this time around, and Artisana is able to get himself up into P11. Meanwhile, Red Bull Racing Esports, they have lost a lot of time on that last lap. Actually, the DriveX Esports 3M car was the fastest car on that last lap of everyone still out there. Wow. That is awesome from Roque Garcia, and just shows how desperately he wants that P6.
That's incredible. Just by the way, I want to say, we've been talking about sponsorship and etc. I want to say a huge thank you to Virtual Racing School, as we've got Robin Friskopsen on the outside of the Burst Esports black car in towards turn number 1. Easy pass, scored complete there. Boston Cube NX Racing Blue. I want to say a big thank you to Virtual Racing School, the title sponsor of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship, the highest level of competition in terms of team endurance racing on iRacing. Virtual Racing School now have been a partner of this series for a couple of years, and well, really look forward to seeing them at Sim Racing Expo, of course, next week. I hope Peter's going to be there, but definitely, of course, they've got some of the virtual racing school coaches.
Oh, there we go. DriveX.
DriveX.
Yep, they're through on Red Bull Racing Esports. Rasmussen trying to find a line around the outside of turn 14. Big cutback move on here for the apex of the corner. Rasmussen still hasn't got any sort of advantage here in towards turn 15. Still wider line, trying to find the exit. Speed off the corner, but that's going to be the pass secured there by Garcia.
Yeah, let's get ourselves a replay of that one, shall we? As it was down in towards turn number 12. And Freddie Rasmussen there, outside line. It was sent down the inside. I think there's a little bit of tyre lock up there for Rasmussen. What's going on?
Yeah, he went very wide. He went onto the IndyCar line coming through turn 19, so giving Garcia some of his own medicine, and still on the live pictures, he is very close on the way down the pit straight. As we had a little bit of luck on the replay of how that pass happened, but does Rasmussen decide to send it any which way here? Up in towards turn 1, big wide line coming through the hairpin here, but not going to result in anything off the corner. And DriveX Esports now coming up towards the SS section. They can start to get away with it.
Yeah, they can. So Red Bull Racing Esports then lose a position. And now, let's see what MSI Esports can do as well, because, I mean, give it maybe half a lap or so, Alejandro Sanchez might be there in the mix to boot. So, even though there's 6 minutes remaining on the season, the racing isn't over yet, and the points differences for some of these teams a little bit further down the field is important, but also, we're going to have to do the maths here to double check in again. Earlier on, when we were joking around about it, it wasn't that big, but if MSI Esports get past Red Bull Racing Esports, we do need to double check the maths, Connie, about the championship.
Yeah, I will definitely do so, and it's going to be the difference between P2 and P8 there. That's so that is going to be 80 minus 48, and I will work out the rest of it.
32.
Yep.
And I'll do the maths at the same time. The gap between the two of them, 32 points isn't going to be enough for Pure Racing Team. It would only be if Frederick Rasmussen fails basically to finish this event. But in this circumstance, this is when you talk to your drivers, if you're the team, and you say to Frederick Rasmussen, don't over-defend over MSI Esports. If you've got enough to let them go, you're not going to lose any more money by losing a position here. Yes, it will show a little bit bad on the record, whatever, but this is the whole Dario Franchitti approach when he used to drive an IndyCar. He would say this is actually really difficult when you're actually running for a number and you've got to actually stop fighting for positions everywhere.
Yeah, that's a really tough one for drivers to take, because as a driver, you want to be fighting every single battle that comes your way. You want to be gaining positions all the time, but now Rasmussen just has to bite the bullet, sliding through the apex with Sanchez, and he gets the pass complete. Rasmussen will try to fight back here coming through the S's, but we haven't seen anyone really do this so far this race. Rasmussen, calm down, just take it chill. You can't really do that following so closely into the S's. What if Sanchez just accidentally brake checks him and Rasmussen runs straight into the back of them and both of them get sent into the barrier? What happens then? Rasmussen and Red Bull Racing Esports will lose positions in the championship. They can't do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Sometimes you've got to think bigger picture. And it's one of the things as a team boss I've had to do before. You know, tell my drivers to just calm it down and stop thinking about the positions on the track and think about the bigger picture. Frederick Rasmussen outbreaking himself a little bit there into turn number 11. 4 minutes remaining in the season. And, well, it's been very interesting. One thing I will say, Conley, I love the fact that some of the smaller teams have really done well here today. MSI Esports, DriveX. I mean, DriveX got 2 teams inside the top 10. That's incredible.
Yeah, that is just a brilliant performance for them. There's no other words for it. Both DriveX and, of course, MSI Esports as well, getting both their cars. Well, MSI not quite getting both their cars inside the top 10, but that MSI Esports yellow car currently sitting in P11, which is still a fairly good points haul. And I'm optimistic for their chances coming into next year. Now, if they can pull off performances like this and on a more consistent basis next season, then they could be fighting for upwards of, inside the top 10 of the points, fighting for those big money prizes as you get further up those point standings. I'm pretty excited for them.
Yeah, same. Really looking forward to seeing what next year will bring. And of course, at the end of one season is always a chance to reflect upon all the performances, but we haven't talked about this number 81 car in quite a while. And yes, there will be some controversy coming out of this event because of what happened turn at number 1, lap number 1. But the number 81 team are looking to do the clean sweep here, Connery. Incredible.
Yeah, there's no other word for it other than incredible. It's something that we've really never seen in these iRacing World Championships. You know, with at least in the VRS GT iRacing World Championship, we've never seen anyone take the championship by this margin, let alone win every single race. Remember the past 2 seasons, separate. Last season was separated by 2 points. The season before that, separated by 1 point in the championship. Everything was so close. And all of a sudden, for 2019, Coanda number 81, they just go, we don't want to have any of that this year. We're just going to take it in the most convincing fashion anyone can do. And it'll be simply 600 points at the end of the season, the maximum that they can score.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Now, Coanda Sim Sports have the distinction of having one other time when one of their drivers had done the clean sweep. That was the 2017 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series when Martin Kroenke won every single race. Let's not forget that Martin Kroenke is a part of this number 81 team, as well as Ricardo Castroledo, and of course the star of the season in Joshua Rogers. This is the last lap of the season right now. Ricardo Castroledo just working through the S's. There's a 5-second gap between themselves and and Pure Racing Team Red and Maximilian Wenig right now. But for Ricardo Castroledo, he sees that there is some traffic ahead of him, but he's going to try and keep out of the way as much as possible. When you've got a bit of a buffer, of course, it always helps at the end of a race like this. Into turn number 11 then. For the final time will come Ricardo Castroledo. Less than a minute now remaining on the play clock here in the 2019 VRS GT iRacing World Championship. For Coanda Sim Sports, again, they have just been absolutely dominant. They have had controversy here today, as we said. The first corner of the first lap between themselves and Team Redline. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what could have been a classic Team Redline versus Coanda Sim Sports battle for a number of reasons. Partially because of what we saw at the start, then also what happened to Team Redline and the number of other finished teams in this event here today. But still, Ricardo Castroledo, the number 81 car, has played his role absolutely incredibly all season. Josh Rogers, yeah, he might be the star, but the key thing about this series is that it's a team event, and a team is only as great as the sum of its parts. In towards the final corner then, for the final time, the number 81 VRS Coanda Sim Sports team will do the sweep of the season, and they win here at the 3 hours of Circuit of the Americas. Coanda Sim Sports win all 6 races of the championship, and as a consequence of that, of course, they are also champions. Second place and the best result for a long time is Pure Racing Team Red, who managed to make the strategy work for the 72 car when track position became so important. And rounding out your podium, they've been the kind of silent heroes today. What a result. 3rd and 4th place, Connery, for Williams Esports.
Yeah, awesome performance from both of the Williams Esports cars as well. That will really set themselves up to be optimistic coming into the private leagues of the winter season, of course coming into next year as well. But the limelight simply has to all be on that VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 81 car. Ricardo Castroledo bringing it home to the end. Of course, we've had Joshua Rogers get behind the wheel of that car. We've had also Martin Kroenke previously in the season. It is yet another iRacing World Championship for VRS Coanda Sim Sports. And to just top it all off, it's a 1-2 in the points as well with the number 8 car. Just brilliant.
Yeah, of course, there will be a lot of talk about this number 8 car after the event, being involved in a number of incidents. But here today, they finished 5th place in the event. Of course, the number 8 team had issues, most notably with the number 4 Red Bull Racing Esports car. And I'm sure there will be some words said between Fredrik Rasmussen and Mac Backham after this race. In fact, you know what? I'm not only sure, I'm absolutely certain. And actually, I am just wondering here, because Fredrik Rasmussen has been going pretty much full tilt here on the cooldown lap. I just hope that Freddie doesn't do anything too silly here. But you can see the fact that they are, of course, on the cooldown lap. Fredrik Rasmussen, he is behind the 2 Coanda cars. And of course, including that number 8 car, but he is keeping his distance. We have seen people get hot-headed before in post races. I don't want to see anything here, but in terms of the championship, it will be the number 81 Coanda Simsports team taking the championship over the number 8 Coanda Simsports team, unless there's any form of points penalty. And then 3rd place in the championship will go to Red Bull Racing Esports. And well, again, it's been a fantastic season out front for Coanda, but also I would have to say it's been a great day for some of the smaller teams. For Williams Esports, for example, they were able to get themselves 2 teams inside the top 5. Then also, you have yourself 2 DriveX cars inside the top 10, 2 MSI cars inside of your top 12. Look, the series is bigger than Coanda, Pure Racing Team, Team Redline, and Red Bull Racing Esports. And I think we saw that today, Connery.
Did you notice that Red Bull Racing Esports, Rasmussen parked his car ahead of both of the Coanda cars to ruin their photo opportunity? Well, I guess it's better than, getting into some fisticuffs after the race, I suppose. But yeah, you're absolutely right, though, about the lower down teams. It's been an absolutely brilliant race for them today. The sorts of mid-pack teams that get themselves, top 20s, optimistic, and having chances of getting inside the top 10. But finally, they have done it. So big shout out there to DriveX Esports and MSI Esports for doing so well in this race. And of course, it has to be said, Pure Racing Team are P2 at the end of today, so that is basically returning to their form they had at Spa for the first race of the season, where they also finished P2, so everything's come full circle.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look then at your final race results here from a circuit of the Americas. Coanda Simsports win race 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 here today. And Coanda Simsports win the season with a clean sweep. Ricardo Castroledo bringing the field and to the checkered flag here today. Of course, in that team today also was Joshua Rogers. Pure Racing Team come home in 2nd place, 4.8 seconds back. Well, they managed to make their fuel situation work, pitting early, getting out the way, using fresher tyres to get track position when it was so important. Williams Esports Shield Blast in 3rd place, Williams Esports Razor in 4th. A fantastic day for the Williams Esports organisation. Dare I say it, better than the Formula 1 team's been doing so far this year. Coanda Simsports came 5th place with Mac Backham in the number 8 car. But whilst there might be some controversy in the number 81 car, there's far much more surrounding the number 8 coming out of this event. The 312 car, the DriveX Esports 3M machine, coming home in a season best 6th place then. And then MSI Esports Blue, fantastic result by them. They come home in 7th. Red Bull Racing Esports is going to be disappointed with that one. Fredrik Rasmussen getting involved in an incident with the number 8 Coanda Simsports car, then losing some places late on. They come home 8th, but they do get 3rd place in the championship. SimRC.de Titan ran out in 9th place, and then DriveX Esports Scalpers round out your top 10. We go back, and 11th place is going to be MSI Esports Yellow, and SimmerCube NX Racing Blue come home in 12th. Coanda Simsports number 1 car comes home in 13th place. The highest place Apex Racing Team car in 14th place. The other one got involved in the big incident down at turn number 11 and out of the event. Then Burst Esports, well, they tried the alternate strategy. It seemed to work out for them a little bit, but they just stayed out for too long on the second set of tyres, and then they had incidents to boot as well. P15, P16, bad day in the office, they expected so much more. INX Racing Red in 17th place. The DriveX Esports Hucksters Hux car had a little bit of incident as well today, otherwise they would have been higher up than P number 18. Quanta Sim Sports number 18 car comes home in 19th place, and Team Redline Black, after getting pole position, had the technical issues, and as a consequence only finish P20, even though he also got punted in the rear in that first corner. On to the third page, Red Face Racing by JRT somehow bring the car home on the lead lap, despite the fact that he actually ended up hitting the Tetro barriers on the outside of the S's. Williams Jim Yellow, 22nd place. It's been a quiet day for TX3 by Frostmaster Blue. They come home 23rd. Dream Factory in 24th. And running out your top 25 is Zenith Esports Kryptonite. Black Star Racing, they were another one of the teams involved with the issues surrounding Finnish internet. Corson Racing Orange in 27th. Vanderbilt Racing Yellow and Blue 28th and 29th. Again, they were a team that got involved in the issues, and as a consequence of that, actually will cost them a place in the championship. And Logitech G Altus Esports only 30th place today. And Simon Fiegel was saying earlier on social media, probably some of the worst driving he's ever been in his entire time as a sim racing driver. There are the remainder of the results up on your screen. These are the teams that failed to finish. And well, what's worth noting here is that you've got 3 pure racing team cars in that mix, and this is the reason why we didn't see many Fords today, because it's always pure racing team who run the Fords here. And then you've got Williams Esports BenQ, so after having 2 teams in a very good position, the third one they struggled with today. Number 99 team having their issues. Astro Gaming Altus Esports 36th place, and last on track is Core Sim Racing Black. Well, we got ourselves up to 48 degrees Celsius at the end. Our high was 49.4 degrees Celsius on track. It's been a hot, long day today here, Connery.
Yep, it has, but it seems like the trend continues with VRS Commander Sim Sports winning, and winning again, at least in their 81 car, the same. Well, you know, at the end of the race, and of course the start of the race was a little bit more contentious for them, and the rest of the Quanda cars, multiple problems in terms of racecraft here today. So it's something that they do have to sort out, because not only is it hurting their reputation, it's hurting their points finishes as well, at least for those cars further down. So hopefully that one gets sorted for Porsche Esports Super Cup, and of course the next season here of the GT World Championship. But we do have lots and lots of drivers ready and waiting to get their interviews done here, Will.
Yeah, we have, and let's start off by talking to your race winners for the 6th race in a row. Josh Rogers, Ricardo Castrolado, congratulations, you've won the championship. We knew that one anyway, but you win the race here as well. Of course, Josh, the big question coming into today was about what happened turn 1, lap number 1. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, well, you know, I think it's pretty clear cut. I made a mistake there. I just, completely misjudged where Gregor was going to position the car. As soon as I saw him begin to move to the right, I thought I'd put it on the inside, but I expected him to move further than what he did. So certainly all on my part. That's why I, obviously afterwards, you probably saw I gave the spot back. I felt like I was completely at fault of that one, so that's why I did that, and apologies to those guys. Very unfortunate with the way the race ended out. Unfortunately, I think Finland died a little bit, but you know, all in all, still a very, very solid race. Coming into this round, obviously with the BOP change, it was always going to be difficult, especially with the hot conditions here. I think when you look at round 1, it's quite easy to see that the BMW was very, very strong in the cold conditions, but in the hot conditions, not so much. So tyre life was always going to be an issue, and I think that's where we struggled in particular compared to a lot of the other cars out there. We were quite quick in the first kind of 10 laps of the run, and then we would begin to drop back to their speed in the middle, and in the last 5 or so laps we'd end up losing a little bit of ground. But yeah, you know, all in all, yeah, I can't be happier. Ricardo drove a brilliant race today, and yeah.
Yeah, Ricardo, over to you. Of course, you had the easier job here today, getting the car being given to you with a pretty commanding race lead, and you just had to bring it home. But how hard were the conditions out here? Because it reached, from our perspective, almost 50 degrees Celsius on track today.
Well, this was really different compared to the practice. It was really understeer, really slippery, so it was really difficult at the beginning to adapt to those conditions and even to drive, as we really needed to manage the tires during the stint. And it was at the end of the stint, it was really so difficult to drive, and yeah, it was really trying to take the car to the finish and try to avoid the incidents, because we didn't really have a big margin when I got into the car. So in the end, it was not as easy as it looked like.
And in terms of the course, getting the checkered flag here today and winning all 6 rounds of the championship, I'll ask this one to you here, Ricardo. How does it feel to be able to do the clean sweep?
Well, it's amazing. Like, personally, I never expected that. I was expecting like that we would fight for podiums during the races and maybe a top 3 in the championship. That was at least my goal, and to be able to win the 6th races is just amazing. I've never expected that, and it just shows the fantastic job the whole team did this year.
Next question, I'm going to ask this one to you, Roger, because, of course, even though you're done with this championship, you are a very busy boy over the next few weeks, heading, first of all, to Germany for the Sim Racing Expo, then heading back, I assume, to Australia for the next round of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, then flying out to Frankfurt for the Frankfurt Auto Show in Porsche, and then back for the final round of the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
Yeah, definitely a busy month on the schedule. There's not going to be a huge amount of time, so I'm going to have to try and organise myself as best as I can. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to have the opportunity to go over there, not only for the expo but also for the event in Frankfurt. It's really cool to see Porsche is definitely really getting into into the sim racing scene, and you know, their interest in putting events on like that for us, along with the Sim Racing Summit last year. Yeah, like I say, it's really good to see, but also have the first round of the Gfinity Supercars E-Series held on iRacing this time at the end of the month. So yeah, certainly a busy one on the cards, but you know, obviously the main focus is going to be the expo next weekend. It'll be cool to meet all you guys, and as long as you're going, and yeah, of course, trying to finish up on that PES championship. But it's nice to finally be able to, I guess, officially say that you know, we've finished off this championship well, and yeah, on to the next one.
Well, before we let you go, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done for you guys?
Yeah, of course. Just as always, massive thank you to everybody in the team at VRS Commanded SimSport who put in the effort week in, week out. You know, none of this is possible without all the teamwork from those guys. So massive thank you to them. Also, obviously, to Ricardo and Martin for the whole season. It's been splendid to be able to work with you guys, and you know, the driving from both their parts all throughout the season was exceptional and faultless. So can't thank those guys enough. Of course, also our partners, Virtual Racing School, VTech, SimQuip, and Wen Designs. You guys for the broadcast as always, and obviously iRacing for putting on the series for us, and we look forward to the next one.
Anything from you, Ricardo?
No, you pretty much said what I wanted to say, so...
Well, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much to Josh Rogers and Ricardo Castroledo coming home with the victory here today. Second place team. Pure Racing Team Red, their best results since the start of the season, and Max Vennig has Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. Max, it was a very positive end to the season for you and your team coming home in P2, exactly where you finished for the first round of the season, so it's nice how things come back around for you guys. Just in a couple of words, just sum up your season.
I think, yeah, first of all, it's nice to see you again. Long time no see in the series. Yeah, as you've said, last podium was in Spa, first round. I think, yeah, I think the car choice just defines how our season should have been, and I think it was exactly like that. From a personal perspective, like, we were obviously hoping for a better BOP, like last year with more kilos for the faster cars, and that didn't happen. So, I mean, unlucky on that side. Can't blame any drivers for that, obviously. From Max and my side, I think we did a pretty good season driving wise. We did no major mistakes. I mean, we had some poorly positions that could have been a bit better and maybe end up in a better race position in the end. But overall, yeah, I think we managed to get the best out of the car, out of the season, and we learned a lot from this car as well. We're very different to the other cars, and yeah, maybe that experience will come over to the next season or to next other championships, and I think we learned a lot from it.
Yeah, I do have a small fact for you. You are, I believe, the one of the 4 teams that haven't finished outside the top 10 this season. So I believe you can take that one as a positive coming into next season. And speaking of next season, though, of course, it's impossible to tell what iRacing will do with the balance of performance for the cars. But knowing what happened this season, are you sort of more inclined to do things a little bit differently next season when it comes to the car choice? Are you going to go for the car that's the fastest at the first round of the season, or are you going to do something similar to the season?
I mean, it's hard to tell from now. It depends on which car is good, or if all cars are maybe good, so that would be the optimal situation, right? I think with the championship last year, we picked the car that everybody was picking, and we thought that we might do something different this year, try something different and see how it goes. But yeah, we definitely thought about going with the car that like most people will actually drive, so that we cannot actually, I don't know, like suffer from a worse BOP on some tracks. We are just in the same situation as all the other teams, and that should maybe end up better. Yeah, but we will see. We will see what the future will bring.
We'll definitely see as well, and well, you're not directly involved in it with things like the Porsche V-Sport Super Cup, but just as, you know, from talking to some of your teammates, how confident do you feel that you guys will be, you know, strong through the second half, through the last portion of that season? Plus, you also have the Sim Racing Expo coming up, so that's probably a good topic to talk about. How confident are you feeling for that one, considering that you'll be racing head-to-head with drivers like your teammate Maximilian Benecke, and of course Joshua Rogers is going to be there as well. Do you approach those sorts of races any differently when they're in that sort of live setting, or are you just going to go out there and race like you've always had?
I think it's definitely the season highlight for me. So Sim Racing Expo, meeting all the guys, not only the teammates but all the other teams, all the drivers that you normally only face on the track. Yeah, it's definitely a good one. From my approach, I would say I find it a bit easier actually to drive in real life, in the real life events. I don't know, for some reason it just gets me hyped with all the other guys and all the fun that is involved in those events, and it's just so different that it feels good to have those kind of races, and gives you extra motivation. So I will definitely try my best, obviously in the trophy, Porsche trophy. But also in the GT500 endurance race, we have to defend our title there as well, since I was involved there last year. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. The new stage system that will be coming up will be pretty interesting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it, definitely.
Yeah, if you haven't seen, like, I'm just talking to the viewers, if you haven't seen the promotional images for the Sim Racing Expo with the stage setup and everything, it just looks absolutely bonkers. It's just like, that thing's absolutely crazy. So that's something to look forward to in what is going to be a week's time at this point. Exactly a week's time.
Look, Connery, the best thing we're looking forward to is seeing our good friend, Adam Melee.
Well, there we go. There's the leak of the rest of the broadcast, Alan, I suppose. Yeah, Ben Constanduras and Melee, I can't remember the last name, that's so awkward. Anyway, they will be joining us as the sorts of, I guess what you call like pit lane reporters or interviewers or whatever, for that particular event, and just lightens the load on our shoulders a little bit, considering we will be commentating for 12 hours straight on one of those days, I think. Yeah, something like that. So it'd be nice to have a little bit of help there. But Max, is there anything you want to say before we move on to a couple of the other drivers?
Yeah, obviously I want to say I'm looking forward to meeting you guys again. Last year was pretty fun, right? But yeah, again, big thanks to the whole team, especially like Max as my teammate, but also Patrick as my teammate doing all the strategy stuff. All the other people, all the other cars that we had on the grid, working on the setup, keeping the motivation up, even though we had some bad times on some races. It was still fun, a lot of fun. We learned a lot from that, and obviously we had also big support from our sponsors, so iRacing, Outdoors, Wallmeyer, Spusu, and our pure driving school is also growing and growing, and I hope to see more and more people getting to it. Yeah, thanks you guys for broadcast, and hopefully see you next week, right?
Yeah, definitely. We'll actually be able to shake hands with you, so definitely looking forward to that. That was Max Venig, part of that Pure Racing Team Red number 72 effort. Well, they finished second here today. They will end up finishing P number 4 in the point standing, so a good amount of prize money going their way, Will.
Yeah, I will say one thing. I've just looked through all the promotional material, and our name is nowhere on it. Nowhere.
Our Ben and Melee's name was on it?
They bet. I haven't looked that far yet. I haven't looked that far. I just threw my phone down in a drop there. Let's talk to Alexander Voss, shall we? Coming home 3rd place in the Williams Esports Chili Blast team. And well, Alex, you've got to be happy with this. 2 of your teams in the top 5. You and Kay finishing 3rd.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's really a good result finally for us. I think we deserved that quite a lot after all those incidents we had among the last races. So yeah, I think we should enjoy this, and it really shows that the pace was there the whole season, but yeah, we had really some unfortunate luck. Yeah, the result is good. We are quite happy with it, and yeah, we will be back next season.
Yeah, of course, we always say momentum's a big thing. Finishing off so well in the series. I haven't yet checked your championship standings. Maybe you have already, but momentum being such a big thing here. How does it look for the rest of 2019 into the start of 2020 for you and your team?
I'm not quite sure yet how the schedule looks, but I think we will keep running the GTE cars, maybe some other stuff. I think the Neo Endurance Series will start quite soon, so we will try to qualify for that. And yeah, then we all look forward to the next season.
I have actually now checked the points. 5th and 6th place for Williams Esports, and your team coming home 6th place. But before we let you go, shout out sponsors, who gets it done, and are you going to be at Sim Racing Expo next week?
Yes, of course. Hope to see you guys there. Yeah, thanks to the whole team. As always, thanks to our sponsors, Chillblast, Razor, BenQ, Playseat, Fanatec, One All Esports, and Heusingfeld. And of course, thanks to you guys for the broadcast.
Well, thank you. We'll see you next week at the Nordschleife. 4th place, Niels Coach, Connery. Take it away.
Well, there we go. We will have Niels Coach, representative of the Williams Esports Razor team, coming home in P4 here today, just behind their teammates in the Williams Esports Chili Blast car who finished on the final step of the podium. But Niels, very, very good race ran from you today, perhaps needed as part of that Williams Esports team, as you've had kind of mixed results so far this season, especially in part of that number 22. You had a pretty strong showing at races like Spa. You've had a good podium finish at Imola as well, but Nürburgring seemed to get away from you as you finished in P33 there. So it's good to see you guys back on form, I suppose, after that little bit of a blip.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the result, of course, was quite needed to keep 5th position in the championship. Yeah, already in Sebring we had a good result, so we were already back on the right step, I would say. Yeah, the race was quite good. Actually, didn't think we would finish in fourth after I got spun in the first stint, and then in the second stint I had to avoid the crash and had to go to the gravel. Yeah, so in the end I think P3 and P4 for the team is quite a good result, and we can be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely a good result for that number 33 car as well, who's been even more in the wars this season than your car has. So that will be able to promote them up above Vendaval Sim Racing, who had that, of course, had that unfortunate sort of Finnish ISP internet issue thing that's affected this race, which is so unfortunate for them. But you know, with you guys holding P5. Here in the point standings, you know, you do get a decent prize for that, and are you going to spend it on anything in particular, Niels?
Oh, we didn't do any talking about this yet. Maybe we can use it for some drinking at the Sim Racing Expo next week. So
there we go.
You have to see.
There we go. Please drink responsibly, of course. But I might join you. There we go.
What? You barely drink as well.
Well, that was only because I've been living at home for like the past 4 months. I'm back at university now. I'm just going to do university student things.
Ah, got ya.
There we go. But anyway, Niels, you know, coming towards the we have concluded the season now. As you know, are you just looking to kick back a little bit after the Sim Racing Expo and maybe look to the start of things like the new endurance series to try and get back behind the wheel?
Yeah, that's correct. After Sim Expo, I think Neo Endurance is then the next series we're gonna target in the winter, and then yeah, there are still 2 races left in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Not so much focus on that anymore, but yeah, there's still some racing to do, so no break.
Yeah, no break at all, especially if you're on the top of your game here in terms of the iRacing esports side of things. But is there anything you want to say before we move on to, I think Mac Backham there is waiting to get an interview done. So any shout-outs?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I have to thank Andre, who did a great job today, especially in qualifying. And then, of course, thanks to the whole Williams esports team and to our sponsors, Chillburst, Razer, BenQ, Playseat, Fanatic, One All Sports, and of course Heusingfeld.
Well, there we go. Niels Koch, representative of that Williams Esports Razer car, finished P4 after starting P8. Good performance from them today. Well,
yeah, indeed. So 4th place there. So 2 of their teams inside the top 5 today, and 5th and 6th place in the championship for them. Last team we're going to talk to is VRS Koana Sim Sports number 8. That is Mac Backham. And well, Mac, there's only one question I can really ask to start off there. What happened between you and Fredrik Rasmussen?
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky. I guess I just came out of the pits, and with the fresher tires, it was quite a bit faster. And then, yeah, I don't know, we just battled for a few laps, and I don't know, got kind of out of hand at a few places. So I just decided to back off for a bit. And then, yeah, I don't know, for the first kind of move I pulled, really, I didn't really want to go up the inside, but he braked really early, so I just kind of moved to the inside to avoid him. Otherwise, I was going to hit his back, I think, because I don't know why he braked so early, but I don't know, maybe it was a little bit inconsistent because I think he was using a different rig this race. But yeah, after that, I just tried to keep my race and just keep it on the track and just bring it to the end because didn't want to lose P2 in the championship.
Got ya. In terms of the championship, you do get 2nd place as a virtue of the results. And of course, that helps you out quite a little bit financially. We're going to talk about prizes in just a moment's time. But 2nd place here, 1 and 2 in the championship for Coanda. You got to be happy with that. Although I know that both you and Mitchell would be wanting to try and get the championship next year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, outside looking in or looking at it from a team's perspective, I think this has been a huge success this year. Obviously, last year, I think Mitchell and I drove really well last year, but we never really quite got the hang of the car over the race distance. And I guess we kind of figured it out now for this car. And that was also right from the start, so we didn't really have a handicap going into the future rounds. But yeah, this year, Josh and Ricardo were just too good for us. And yeah, obviously, 1-2 was the goal in the start of the year, but I would have liked it to be the other way around.
Well, what's next for you and that number 8 Commander Sim Sports team? Again, I assume we're going to be seeing you at Sim Racing Expo in a week's time?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of our guys are going to be there. So yeah, looking forward to that. And then for next year, I'm not really sure yet what we're going to do. I myself, I'm definitely going to try and compete in the Porsche series because I didn't get to this year. Didn't really have the time to commit to it, but I'll probably have more time next year. So what's going to happen next year in the GTE series, I'm not sure yet.
Well, before we let you go, Mac, shout out sponsors who gets it done for you and your team.
Yeah, first of all, our partners, so that's Virtual Racing School, SimEquip, Antwerp Design, and JRT, and VTech, and you guys for the broadcast, of course. And also, again, congrats to the 81 car for everyone who really helped preparing every round this year, because we really had a good team working on it.
Well, thank you there, Matt Backham, coming home with the victory, but not victory, sorry, the 5th place and 2nd place in the championship. It's been a long day here today, Connery. But, of course, we now know where everyone is finished in terms of the championship. And Commander Sim Sports winning 600 points, perfect score, well done. Then Commander Sim Sports and the number 8 team, I'm going to say provisionally and use some open quotation marks here, just because there is still the potential of what might happen in post-race review that we don't know. 2nd place in the championship for them, $5,500 richer. 3rd place is Red Bull Racing Esports. They'll get $3,000. 4th place will be Pure Racing Team Red, who will get themselves $2,000. And 5th place will be Williams Esports Razor with $1,500. 6th place will be to the Williams Esports Chill Blast team with $1,000. That plus the fact that Pure Racing Team, of course, will get the $500 for being the first Ford GT, because they're the only ones.
Free money.
Yeah, free money. Williams will win the Ferrari Manufacturers Championship. They'll get $500 there. The Porsche RSR, that's actually going to be Team Redline Black, who get 8th place in the championship, but they get the $500 for the Porsche Manufacturers Championship. And, of course, Commander 81 BMW.
Yeah, there we go. So a good amount of money going into VRS Commander Sim Sports coffers, it has to be said, in that situation. P1, P2, and, of course, the BMW manufacturer win as well. So it's just the most ideal season for them, you know. But to end the most ideal season, they had probably one of their worst races as a group for this final one, excluding that 81 car finishing at the top of the field.
Yeah, even though they themselves had a bit of an issue in this one. Of course, in terms of the cutoff, I mean, saying 20 places for some strange reason. It's 25. The heartbreak of today has to go to Black Star Racing, because they've lost out to being in the top 25 because of things completely outside their control.
Yeah, that is I'm so disappointed because you know, I've been trying to promote Black Star Racing as being better than Glacier, but now they're both having to go through qualifying again. But yeah, that is so bad to hear. You know, it not only have you had a race completely ruined by an issue that's outside your control, it has now meant that you have to go through those couple of months of just all out, week in, week out, having to qualify for this series again because of something that you don't have any sorts of control over. That is, yeah, that I don't want to be a Black Star Racing driver right now.
No, they're going to be hugely disappointed with that one. The teams that do automatically qualify for next season, of course, the 2 Commander Sim Sports teams, number 81, number 8, Red Bull Racing Esports, Williams Esports Razor, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Vanderbilt Sim Racing Team Redline Black, Logitech G Altus Esports, Vanderbilt Sim Racing, Vanderbilt Sim Racing, one of the Vanderbilt Sim Racing cars actually, that is the, that's not working, we're trying to hover over it, the yellow car. The VRS Commander Sim Sports number 1 car, MSI Esports Blue, in part because of a fantastic run that they had here today. SimCube NX Racing Red, SimRC.de Titan, DriveX Esports 3M, Burst Esports Black, Burst Esports Redline, Pure Racing Team Blue, Apex Racing Team number 99, SimCube NX Racing Blue, Corson Racing Orange, DriveX Esports Scalpers, Apex Racing Team number 95, Williams Esports, BenQ, and the VRS Commander Sim Sports number 18 team. So they are the 25 teams who are automatically entitled to run the 2020 championship. You're going to see the rest of the drivers take part in the Pro Series, which, the last couple of years, our good friends over at the Global Sim Racing channel have been covering. And, of course, information about that, you can check it out soon on the iRacing website. But what an interesting season it's been, Connery.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed, and it just shows how the dynamics of racing can change week to week to week, but a constant throughout that has been that 81 winning, so it is probably disproving my point there, but still, it's been a fantastic season. Otherwise, we've had those fantastic mid-pack battles, teams trying to get themselves inside that top 10, trying to gain the maximum points they can, because there's more prizes available for this season than there has been every other season of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship. So, even though you're not competing for the top prizes, there's still very much value to be had in some of the ones lower down, and I can't wait until this season starts back up again next year.
Indeed so. That is all we have got time for, ladies and gentlemen, here on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing eSports Network. Thank you to everyone who's been a big part of our series this year. Of course, to Jack Stiles, to Connery Maddock, and all the guys over at iRacing as well. Drew Adamson, as well as Tyler Hudson, who is the chief steward for the series. Alex Horner, you see, do a number of the videos, so on, so forth, etc. Also, to Virtual Racing School, who are the title sponsor of the VRS GT iRacing World Championship. If you are at Sim Racing Expo next week, go over and see those guys. They have got themselves the new VRS wheel, which they are going to be demoing. I hope they'll bring their pedal set as well. I saw that on social media a couple of weeks ago, and that was absolutely beautiful. But you'll also see a number of the driver coaches there, and you can find out more about Virtual Racing School. Of course, you can also... We also want to say thank you to Iswan Balao, TrackCams22.com, for all the great camera work he's done. Our friends over at And One Design for the beautiful, sexy graphics that you see, as well as guys over at Aptioneering for managing to make our overlays work as well as they need to. If you are in Germany next week, then make sure you are over at Sim Racing Expo. Join the guys over at iRacing. Kevin, Doug, and Greg will be there. You might get yourself an opportunity to try out some new features on iRacing, and I'm sure there'll be some merch and stuff given away as well. We at RaceSpotTV will be at Sim Racing Expo. We will be doing commentary of the entire event. So if you see myself, Paul Smith, Corey Maddock, or Hugo Louise, give us a Red Bull or some other form of energy drink, because we're gonna need it. But we'll be there. We've got a special announcement we're going to be making at 6 p.m. GMT when we are in the village at the Nürburgring, and you don't want to miss that one. It's going to be a great event, and we'll see you all there, hopefully. And of course, if you can't make it to Germany, you can catch the entire race event as well, also on the iRacing Esports Network, the iRacing stuff, and on RaceSpotTV. Facebook page, our YouTube page, and Twitch TV page for the entire event. Well, that's all we got time for here in the final round of the championship. Koanda Sim Sports do the clean sweep. It's only the second time it's been done in the history of the iRacing World Championship Series, and both times one driver has been involved, and that is Martin Cronquet, along with Josh Rogers and Ricardo Castroledo. Congratulations to number 81 team. Congratulations to the 25 teams who have automatically qualified from next season. From Jack Stiles, from Corey Maddock, myself, Will Vincent, goodbye from Circuit of the Americas, and thank you for watching the 2019 VRS GT iRacing World Championship.